That's one way to do it. Hello. I apologize. A little bit of a late start. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, my makeup is not the way I would like it to look. My ring light has died. My ring light has unfortunately died. And I don't know if I can fix it. So we have the microphone over here. You see it peeking in there. Because we're in a new place. Everything's different. I need the full circle. It's making some weird shadows that I'm not a fan of. I half of this has only just been set up. What is that? The green screen. It's interesting because we only have to go a little bit to, uh, and then I think the other direction. There we go. So that's still we're trying to set up. My hair's still wet. Um, I was struggling to settle in a little bit because there's lots of weird things about the house. One thing seems to be that the water that comes out of the shower is like stinky, which is not good. You don't feel clean if you showered and the water's stinky. But that mostly seems to be there's two showers. Weirdly, it mostly seems to be at the start of the shower going for one of the places. But I do think it indicates that perhaps it's something that needs replacing. Oh, I wish the ring light worked. I really do. I haven't aligned to the camera or anything like this, but yes, I'm streaming. I'm back because I'm in a new building. The adventures can continue. The we'll just have to. I got the panel lights. I'll just have to deal with it. I mean, I could maybe that's gonna make more shadows, isn't it? I could maybe switch on the main light, which is only over there. I don't know if that's necessarily going to work. Also, I didn't have a bed at first, so fortunately they had a spare mattress that I slept on, but it's really not good. It's sleepable, but no, it sucks. But then my housemate was like, "Oh, I'm just gonna throw away my old bed," and I was like, "No, no, I will take this. Well, not throw it away. He was just gonna leave it." So I took that bed, and it's a double, and it's significantly comfier. Yay, Jeremy's cool. Thank you so much for subscribing. Sorry, I kind of almost drooled when a sub happened then, which is a weird thing to happen. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why I drooled a little bit then. Let's just not question it. But 18 months is amazing, and does make me realize that I have been streaming for at least 18 months. It's probably close to 20, right? Hang on, let me think about this. August, September, October, November. Yeah, so we've probably been streaming for 20 months then. Shit me. And then we'll have to do some kind of 2-year thing, I guess. Because I didn't do a 1-year thing. Because everything was really sucking bad at that time. And I got into my head that I didn't deserve it. But also, like, it would have been such a mess. It was such a stressful time. A little bit stressed because of moving. A little bit stressed that summer's ending. Sorry, I'm moving things on the desk here. But ultimately, I think I'll be all right. I still don't have the second monitor. So the cool thing about that is almost all of the funding for that monitor got absorbed. But I am getting more money from other sources starting tomorrow, well, probably the 2nd of August. And then potentially more money on top of that, maybe. And then also halfway through the month we actually get a Twitch payout, which will be some money. So I should still be able to afford to buy the monitor. I did kind of end up in a situation where I was borrowing from myself, or more correctly, borrowing from my community, which is didn't feel right. But it's gonna even out. It's gonna be fine. And subscriptions like that are helpful. But also, perhaps why not check out Ko-fi? I don't know how to get Ko-fi to um measure how many like Ko-fi subs I have, because that's something I'd be interested in. Oh, I really don't like my makeup today. We're just gonna have to deal with it. It's making all these shadows around this part of my face, and I'm not comfortable with that. But then I also need a new razor, and I ran out of money, so I have to wait until the 2nd when I get paid. I've been changing my addresses on everything, on my bank, on the council stuff. some of my HRT might be getting sent to my old. I almost said it then, my old address. But I think I can pick that up before they move in, so that's fine. I left notes for my neighbors that were like, "Hey, if there's like mail or anything, thanks for being neighbors. But also, here's my phone number just in case." I also left a message for the new tenants as well to be like, if you got any questions about this place, ask away. But honestly, really, realistically, it's just a case of I'm fully expecting to end up with parcels at the old address, and that's gonna suck. Um, updating your information when you for the like council or UC or whatever is such a mess because they're like, give us a bill for 3 months, and it's like I have moved in here effectively today. I have no bill to give you. I have nothing. Although I think we can just get like a letter from the landlord that's like, "Dear Rosemary," but he's hard to get hold of already. Although apparently he's a bit more hands-on, which I'm also like, I don't know, I like that either. I almost said where he lived then. Again, would have been bad. Let's just not anything. No identifying information about anybody anywhere related to me in any way. There was this kind of thought, like this dangerous thought that obviously I wasn't gonna do. Of once I had moved to be like, this is my old address. It never seriously got to the point where I actually would do that. But there was just kind of this inkling of like, that'd be funny. It's like, no, it wouldn't. It would be dangerous for everyone involved. But yes, I am moved. I have my desk set up. I have my computer. I have at the moment it's a mattress on the floor, but I do have a bed frame. I just haven't put it together because I was. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow, Wednesday or something, because I have no energy, and uh, making how many journeys back and forth with a Tesco trolley full of stuff is exhausting. And also, I remembered that I had chronic fatigue, so for a lot of days that I was waking up, it was just like I physically can't move for a few hours, and still this feeling of this tiredness that I've just been adding on to and adding on to that's gonna have to be paid for some way or another. So, um, a break on Wednesday, maybe even a break on Tuesday. We'll see how that goes. Sorry, there's like a hair, like a single hair that's like run down my face or something that I can really feel it's bothering me. Um, what else have I got to do? Basically just sort stuff out. There's loads of boxes of things and bags of things, and there's lots of things that were like things I would keep within arm's reach. Which I had to be fair, I've gotten like a lot of that stuff on my desk. Um, some of that stuff's gonna have to move, but in order to just take it out of the house or like to sort it out and put it in a bag or whatever, there's so many things that are in bags and boxes that are just all over the place. Um, it's a mess. I'm gonna have to sit down and individually go through every single thing and go, oh, this thing should go here, and then make that space exist. So if I'm like, oh, this needs to be accessed near my desk, so I can put it in this tiny little. I don't know if you can hear that. This tiny little wooden drawers that I have. Clothes fairly straightforward. I don't really own much other things. My desk is basically takes up half the room. The room is smaller than my previous room. It's a third smaller, I would say maybe, which is a little disappointing. But I'm gonna try and make it nicer. I have some lamps. I have some very cute lamps somewhere that I might do. Hi, Marshall Dave. It's me, Hughes of Hellosbury. We keep doing this like it's not ever gonna get old, and it has, and yet we still do it. It's still funny. Hi, Gamer Fiends. Welcome to my new house. My ring light died. It died. The thing is, the metal part of the USB and the like plug part of the USB had been coming out for some time. Now it did work half an hour ago. Yeah, half an hour ago, but I moved it slightly and it stopped working and I can't fucking fix it. And so my face is lit in inappropriate and wrong ways. My nose is very itchy. I've forgotten to get water. It's a bit of a mess. Hi Ali709, good to see you. And Game of Fiends here as well. Did I say hello? Hi Game of Fiends. It's good to see you. Everybody's coming in. Everyone's rolling in. There genuinely is this point about 45 minutes after going live where like a bunch of people roll in, and we're like half an hour in, so I guess that's close to that or something. I keep setting off the. I'm also because normally I would be more like this, and now I'm like back here, and I can even go further, I guess. I'm gaming. I haven't really changed that much about the desk setup, to be honest. The camera's pretty much in the same place. I don't know. I guess it's just the location of everything else. We'll figure out. We'll move some things around. I'm even thinking of move. There's like a chest of drawers over there that I'm thinking of moving. And there's also a little chair over here. There's a comfy chair. So if I get done with the stream, I can just go and I can go sit in there. I'm not yet settled. There's still things where like I have anxiety to do them. I've only cooked one meal here. I've just been eating everywhere else, but then I also don't have much food either, so I was given some Monster Energy from my stream. Look how fancy these cans are now. Remember when they were just all solid black? It's some kind of lemonade. I didn't get any water, so we're gonna drink this and give myself an incredible buzz. Oh, it's got taurine in, that's good. You know that taurine was extracted from bull's testicles until they started making it synthetically. So this will be synthetic bull testicle. And I think I actually looked at it, it was something like 0.2%, which is basically the equivalent of like that final lip being bull testicle extract. I don't think they need to put this in. I don't know why, like, it's because of Red Bull, right? That's why it's called Red Bull, because it's taurine. Is it Aussie? I mean, it looks like it might be stuff from the Great Barrier Reef, so I would assume so. Inspired by the land down under, with over 10,000 beaches, the Great Barrier Reef, and home to some of the most exotic citrus on Earth. Really? Apparently they're fixing the Great Barrier Reef, because I can't remember what the reason for that is, but it's apparently getting better, which is great news. Complaints new room is smaller. Demonstrates additional space for dramatic zoom outs. Which is it, Rosie? No, seriously, it is smaller. Because it's smaller, the desk has to be here. There's like a weird, the wall juts in at a weird angle, so it's a strange mess. And also like there's like plug distances that can't really reach. Everything is precise, I guess. The coral has died, was absolutely decimated, so they're trying to resettle new coral beds to make it flourish again. Yeah, I guess that was probably it, right? Obviously, you can't bring back something that's dead. But that seemed to be going quite successfully, and also efforts to clean plastic out the ocean. I mean, they're early days, but they are working in a way that everyone was like, "That's not gonna work," because this like Dutch child was like, "I'm just gonna invent a net." The biggest cause of plastic in the ocean is netting, which is so we're gonna add a net. No. It's really good. Apparently, it's fully working in a way that I'm like expecting there to be some kind of catch, like Bill Gates is gonna stop it from happening or something. It genuinely does seem like everybody talking about it being a problem became such a cultural thing that people started to come up with solutions. I've been reading about like mangroves getting replaced and stuff. There's a lot of environmental stuff that's good, that's going on well. And also the people who are cleaning the plastic out the ocean say pretty much most of the plastic that gets into the ocean comes from rivers, so they want to start trying to sort of like fix rivers as well. And I'm like, that's really exciting stuff. There's a lot of problems with rivers. Rivers are very dirty, and that's largely because many of them in the sort of 1800s to 1900s were just used as like the sewer system will just go into the river, which was fine because it diluted it. But the thing is, they've been doing that for so long, and then regulations keep shifting around. Obviously in the UK it's a mess, But that's because we should be hunting and eating the Tories. No, why? Let's just not have Tories ever again, please. Is it such a inevitable thing that we're gonna keep having them, and we're gonna live such miserable lives, and we're gonna say, well, I guess this is the way it should be, like medieval peasants. Anyway, the mango ones are your favorite? What? There was one I had the other day. It was like a passion something, and I thought I would hate it, but I actually kind of liked it. Love synthetic bull testicle juice. See, I don't know if it's bull testicle juice. I just know that it's bull testicle extract. So I don't know if it's like is it little meaty chunks or something? I don't know. Apparently, cooked testicles are supposed to be quite tasty, and there's something I've never that doesn't seem that disgusting to me because I think about like something that's like bite sized and well cooked. It's like a dumpling or something. It seems quite good. So like I say that I would try it, but I feel like if it actually came to it and someone was like, "Here you go," I would be like, so we'll see. I don't normally drink energy drinks ever. At most, I'll drink like a Pepsi or something. A river you used to fish. Hi, Darren Dogan. A river you used to fish was directly killed due to a sewage leak. Oh fuck! It was an amazing natural habitat, and one day all the fish disappeared. It was awful. That sucks. Here we go slagging off rivers. Hi, Taki. No. I'm saying we love rivers and we want to protect them. I shite hawk. Was I talking about eating testicles? Talk about testicles quite a few times in the last couple of weeks. Pet hate with monsters when there's hidden cherry flavor in them. There's hidden cherry flavor in this. 2% lemon juice. Well, that doesn't. What's the point? If it's just 2%. I know drinking 100% lemon juice would suck for most people, but 2% doesn't seem that much. Like, what's who is it that was saying? So I think like Marcus Keeley or someone was saying that they hate, or maybe it wasn't Marcus Keeley, but was saying that they hated flavored drinks and that they all taste like piss, and I was like, every drink is flavored water though. Even cola is flavored water, right? Alcohol is flavored water. Yeah, it's got other stuff in it, but you know, actually I don't know. I mean, alcohol's got water in it. If you took water out of it, it would just be like dust or something, wouldn't it? I don't know. Everything's because if it like it's not like we would be drinking fucking flavored bleach or whatever, because we would die, or like whatever liquids are there, water and bleach. There's a flavor called Papillion, and it's peach ring flavored. You didn't think you'd like that, but you did. I normally don't like peach, but I like a peach ring. So if something, some of the things that are designed to be flavored like candy sweets, I say candy even though I grew up going, oh, could I have some pocket money to buy some sweets? I'm going to buy some sweets. Me and my sister are buying sweets. And then for some reason I'm like, candy! Fuck you, childhood! We're all gonna eat candy, flavored candy. No, but seriously, all the candy sweet flavored stuff is like really good these days. Like really, really good. So honestly, amazing. Angry streamer shocks chat by demanding all lakes and rivers are filled with concrete and piss. Where did he get concrete from? We were adjacently talking about sewers being in rivers, which I wasn't advocating for. But concrete, come on. Next you'll be saying I'm putting it in milkshakes. I'm quoting Shithawk here, so I'm gonna give it a funny voice so it's not clipped out of context. I fucking hate fish splashing around like assholes. She was head to say. Do I say assholes? Assholes. No, that's not really in my lexicon. So there you go. Papillion is presumably made from the flesh of crushed butterflies. You know, there's enough things. You know Cadbury's chocolate, how it's like kind of shiny and nice? That's like beetle resin or something, right? Wait, no. I'm thinking of Smarties. Smarties is the crushed up beetle stuff. The thing that makes Cadbury's chocolate like that is it's like honey, but from a different kind of insect. So it's not really honey. It's like the thing that they make. What impression was that? Hi. I'm Kermit the Frog. Kermit the Frog's more than. Hang on. Kermit. Fuck. hang on. I used to remember. I've forgotten how to do every voice except for old wizard men. Hello, I'm an old wizard. Like that's all. That's every voice I know how to do now. Kermit's more. It's not easy being green. I don't know. That was we were in the Kermit sort of wheelhouse. There was a series of voices. Yeah, there we go. The big wizard's kind of in the Kermit wheelhouse a little bit, which I think is probably why I subconsciously ended up painting him green. Painting? I didn't paint it. I made it in paint. Right. Butterflies look like they'd be tasty based on Wonka logic. I wouldn't follow Wonka logic because you know, essentially have slaves. Isn't that something Wonka does? Also, he does mutilate a bunch of children and is like, well, they shouldn't have broken these rules that they literally known for 3 seconds. A drink to that, Wonka. Makes you want to do Kermit crimes. What would be a Kermit crime? Kermit's done crimes. Kermit's ran away from the police before. Mr. Briggs. In his defense, the children's were taught. It's not children's fault if they suck. It's all of the people around them. You hate the Hugh Grant Oompa Loompa. I'd forgotten about that until you said that. Also, hi, Big Wooden Bridge. The children were slightly rude. Their deaths were completely justified. It is absolutely like that. Yeah. Have they made that Wonka film? That like standalone prequel Wonka film? Or did they stop doing that with like Timothée Chalamet in it? Kermit's gotta be an anarchist. I feel like Kermit would be surrounded by anarchists, but he would not necessarily be an anarchist. In fact, the Muppets are generally anarchists, so I guess so. It's coming out soon. Have they been making it like since 2014? That's the Hugh Grant one. So Hugh Grant is. I can't bring myself to say it. Hugh Grant is the Oompa Loompas. I feel ill. Hang on, Hugh Grant, Oompa Loompa. Just give me an image. I don't want to see. Oh. Oh. Why did that light just go out? 1 second. It may have run out of batteries, but it shouldn't have. Oh fuck. This thing should be fully charged. I'm a fiend. Hang on. I probably just forgot to charge it. 1 sec. You can all look at the horrible Grant. It's bad. And oh, angled in it. Hey, there we go. Yeah, I thought it had more battery than it had. I was about to start yelling at Game Fiend for giving me faulty panel lights, but also like I did not plug them in, so huge rant. It's so lazy. Not only is he awful for the part, he's awful for the part. Your dad's currently watching a murder sentencing live stream. Your dad sounds like a cool guy. Unless he wants them to not get executed. I don't know. I just assumed that that's what it would be. Why have they done this? Why have they done this? Why? It's problematic in like many different ways already. This is a prequel to the original. That's what I heard. I don't. Let's get out of let's get out of here. I know. It's making me feel strange and ill. The reason that they're orange is because they were essentially meant to be a racial stereotype, so they made them orange. So they're like, kind of like what I think Warhammer 40k did. No, what not Warhammer, what D&D did. Although I think Warhammer has also done one of these things where they were like, oh, these cannibals that live in the jungle are completely white, so it's fine. To stereotype, we've changed it. Um, it's also weird because it's sort of, like objectifying shortness and then also casting a tall actor in a short role. And there's like a whole history of people, particularly with dwarfism, who've worked very hard to get the parts that they had under horrible conditions and like literally died to bring actors into. There's so many. Stop making Wonka films, okay? I thought that the one with Johnny Depp was like kind of tolerable, I suppose, but also like it's just, it cannot not be the end of it. do we do we need a? You know why they're doing this? It's because they want to do a Roald Dahl cinematic universe. I've just realized that's why. That's surely was their intent. Because anything that's in a big series of books or like comics or something, they're like, we're gonna make this a film. Like they keep fucking trying to make Justice League over and 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 over again. I'm like, why did the Avengers work? Did the Avengers work? Is a better question. You know, uh, what should they have done? They should have just paid writers. Up the strikes, by the way. They should have just paid writers enough money to come up with something original. To be honest, Barbie cinematic. Yes, there was the purpose of Barbie was to open out the possibility of making more Mattel films. I went to see Barbie. I thought it was okay. The more time I think about that film, the worse I realize it is. And it's mostly just because of the dialogue and some of plot holes in the story. And there's something that, like, at the time I didn't really understand what the point of it was, but it seemed to be making fun of Native American genocide. And also, they did keep having Mount Rushmore, which, if you don't know, Native Americans had, I can't remember specifically which group, I'm gonna guess the Cree because it's the north, but I think I'm wrong, had a sacred mountain. I can't remember if it's called Six Grandfathers or Five Grandfathers, maybe Six Grandfathers. Anyway, it was a very, very cool, unique mountain that looked kind of like a bunch of old men who were kind of like that. But it was a natural formation, and the USA, I don't think it was even the government, I think it was just a bunch of like random fascists just blew a bunch of president faces into it. I think there's like an incomplete one because they did eventually get stopped. It was a horrific act, not only of like geological violation, but this is a sacred place. This is a very important place. So Mount Rushmore is very much a symbol of American fascism, and it I don't know. They kept having it like, haha, one of the great things that represents America. So there did seem to be a sort of like weird anti-Native American tone in Barbie a few times. I did read, I think Dreamir showed me that Greta, what's her face, who's the director, originally wanted there to be something like a 10-minute fart opera in the film. And test audiences despised it, so they took it out, and she was like, I thought it was funny. And I'm kind of like, okay, so a lot of these decisions make sense. Really long way of saying you didn't like it because I didn't have Megamind Ken in it. Did they make a reference to Megamind? I don't think they did. But now that you said that, yeah, Drea hated it. I'm coming around to hating it, actually. Honestly. The one thing I did really like is that there was a transgender actor, it was a transgender woman playing a character who, as far as I could tell, was intended to be trans, and it was just normal. It wasn't about them being trans. They were just a character. They just said stuff, and they went off and did their own thing, and I was like, oh, fuck yes. Because I am an actor, and there are no jobs for actors. But if if it can be that normalized to have a trans woman be a character, and they don't have to have a tragic fucking backstory, and they don't need to be played by Cillian Murphy or Eddie Redmayne, and they get big fucking awards for playing trans women. You know, there's a lot of cis people who get a lot of money and accolades for pretending to be trans people, and whilst I do understand that sometimes it's a little bit complicated, especially in the past with certain like drag roles and things like that, we we should be getting our own jobs at the very least, right? So I don't know, it's exciting. It makes me think that I should maybe put my acting CV out there again, because I have heard of some things being cast where they're like, we just can't find any trans actors, and it's like, well, you didn't you didn't make any reliable work for us, so we all went off to do other things like streaming. What is it to hate about Native Americans? Well, if you're descended from European people, or essentially still are European people, it's one of these things of like, oh, we can't just destroy this land, and like the Pope said we should. So, hi Scooters, thank you so much for again subscribing at tier 2. What? It says you've subscribed for 7 months on a 6-month streak. Oh, okay. I had to think about that for a second. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. It's very kind of you. We're about to hear play Kingdom Come Deliverance, but I've also been talking about all the things that I've been doing in the past week, like going to see Barbie, moving loads of things into my new place that I'm currently in. What else has happened? I don't know. I've been talking to my crush a fair amount. But I feel like I can only approach the ones in subjects. But we talked about all sorts of stuff, and that's cool. Their partner is not talking to me, so I'm like, this seems to be a problem. So that's the update on the love triangle thing. Anything else happen? No, not really. Sometimes I suppose you have to remind yourself that some people are just evil and not like you. I don't know. It is hard, right? Because if you just assume that people are evil, at some point you'll come across some kind of nuanced situation, and it will be so, it'll be like damaging to sort of behave that way. But then in the reverse, if you assume that everyone is acting out of like their best actions and interests and stuff like that, and then you come across someone that just, punches you in the jaw, for example, and suddenly you go, oh yeah, no, people do shitty things and they intend them to be shitty, and it's really hard to figure that out, right? People that just pillage land and stuff. Yeah, no, it's bad. But like, even then they didn't, many of them didn't have access to proper information. I am not justifying it whatsoever, because there was also loads of people looking Bear in the face and seeing what they were doing and still continuing to do it. But like, I don't know. It's hard. It's hard. I believe people are inherently good, but it's hard to then sort of have to deal with like fascists and stuff like that. Just imagine Green Mile of farts. Farts are like a little funny to me, sort of. That's it. That's the whole thing. When it gets to like extensive farting, I'm just like, this isn't a joke though, is it? Like, this, you just like this. This is your thing, right? I assume. I don't know. Right, speaking of interludes, I'm going to take a very quick one because I realize I have no water, and then we're going to play this game. So, be right back. See how that transitions so quickly and easily? I'll be back very shortly. Shut up, Taki. That's like my fear. There's like my fear that I'll be right back and people will be like, "Oh, I guess it's time to leave." Funky Tucky. That is funny though. Shut up. Right, where's this game? Kingdom Come Deliverance. Let me open it, see if it still runs. Oh shit, I need to not run it through Steam, that's right, because we did add some mods, such as adding a reticle for when you use a bow. There is apparently a glitch within the game where you can give yourself a reticle, because I was kind of reading through the forums to see just like if there's stuff that's not... Apparently there's a lot of like hidden information about this game that makes it a lot easier if you know about it. And I was just trying to see what the best ways to level up things were. I went to check the concrete and piss delivery. What? Where's the concrete part come from? I really don't understand. You know that concrete comes from rivers, actually. The second most gathered material in the world is sand, and it's not desert sand. It's specifically sand from rivers, mostly to make concrete. Because desert sand's too fine for some reason. Although to be honest, I'm like, just try harder. There are places where desert's an ecosystem, right? Don't destroy it. But there are places where it is encroaching where it shouldn't be. So like, if we maybe take some of the sand from the edges of that, we just figure out how to make proper concrete out of it. It's not a really long raid message. This whole stream is a raid message. I got a new monitor a couple of weeks and it had overlay a reticle crosshair. Yeah, because people were literally like typing. People are literally getting markers and marking them in their screens. And what's really funny is there were even games that would like ban you for adding reticle mods and stuff like that. So it's like, well, it's on my fucking screen. Like, or like, I got a piece of blue tag. What are you gonna do about it? It's a strange thing to try and take away from people, to try and deny people. Yeah, I was just returning the concrete to its natural habitat. Something that has been interesting to me is, so I take a lot of pictures of flowers, or I have been doing that this summer. Why is this loading weird? I hope it still works. Oh shit, this isn't hang on, I've done this wrong. It's because it's... Hang on, fuck. I need to close the program. Sorry, everybody. It's interesting seeing flowers that grow in walls and stuff like that. And it won't be... People won't plant them, they'll just find their own way in. But I think it's because the sand is so, like... The sand in the mortar is so good for growth or whatever, because it's, you know, it's got that rich river silt. They sometimes quite aggressively grow into that stuff. No, Charles the Nothing, because I need to close the game, because I didn't open it with the mods, and I don't know if it runs properly. There we go. Just kill it the traditional way. There we go. Kingdom Come Deliverance. Let's try again. Try playing a ranged killer in Dead by Daylight. I remember thinking for playing Dead by Daylight, I wanted to do something that was like a transferable skill. So I was like, oh, I need to get into the gunslinger or whatever. But then I saw the Huntress, and the thing is, I played Chivalry and I play Bannerlord and stuff like that. And people genuinely were like, oh, you're quite good at that. And it's like, yeah, because I've been doing it in other games. The axe throwing part. Oh, good, my screen is broken again. One sec. If you heard a high-pitched whining sound, it wasn't the streamer, it was in fact her monitor. Oh, goodness. The mural of Calvin Phillips has a plant growing out of his nipple. I don't know who that is. Hey, Huntress for the first time, you should go to practice. No, it's doing it again. Stop it. The empire he ruled from Prague expanded. So many technical issues. Monday is a day for technical issues. Right. When you gonna whine?
The whole empire mourned. More than 7,000 people accompanied him on his last procession.
I think fuck, it's fine. Good.
The heir to the throne.
Yeah, we already know about this story. Some fucking emperor, blah 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 blah. The co-founder of this company and one of the major writers of this is a big racist. And I have a feeling that he, because of that, maybe aspires is interested in the whole like holy emperor and kingdom and kind of bullshit, because the game does seem to sort of present it without any, you know, question or criticism quite often, in a way that I'm starting to feel like I'm understanding the red flags of this guy. Just getting round to playing a day one killer after over 1,000 hours. I just can't really seem to bring myself to want to play Dead by Daylight unless I'm invited to do it, because it's fun to play with friends. I believe this was the last one that we did, because it just seems like the level of skill, like, in order to catch fucking anybody as killer anyway, in order to fucking catch anybody, you need to know every single thing about the game. And it's gotten, I feel like just in the 2 years that I've been watching people play it, it's gotten so much more complicated. And there's so many little, like, it feels like you have to know every perk, and it feels like you have to know every loop, and it feels like you have to know exactly how many seconds it is before a pallet should be knocked down. I guess that's more of a Survivor issue, but... Oh yeah, why can't I ever play Rocket League instead? It's more than 3 colors. It's free. I could see myself getting bored of Rocket League as well. I'm not currently, but then I'm like, I play Chivalry 2 and that's basically the same every time. Right, here I am. So Henry has just woken up. He's slightly injured, it seems. He's continuously walking forwards because I think I need to unplug the controller. 1 second. Also, my keyboard is a little bit broken, so I have to go back behind the desk for a second. Where is it? There it is. That's right, everybody. I've got stick drift. So it means both my keyboard and my controller shut up, Taki, are a little bit broken. No, stop it. Stop it, Taki. Because that will work on somebody. One time, I think it was Shaz Shangari did a BRB screen, and I was like, thanks for the stream. I was so embarrassed. Oh god. That's right. We have little stingers. If something happens in Kingdom Come Deliverance and you feel it's appropriate to play a little, they're kind of memey at this time, little tune to represent what has happened, you can do that with your points.
Looks like you got me this time. Turned me into a skeleton.
That's not even...
Get you next week.
That's not even got anything to do. But thank you. The swordfish has been defeated for this week.
Do a lot with a little.
Yep.
Like in my
Yep.
case, I do not have much hard drive space.
I'm being so thrown by this. So last time we were playing Kingdom Come Deliverance, we went to... Hang on. That's not where we are. So we went to Rattay, but we annoyed them enough that they would just keep attacking and killing me, even if I got sent to jail. I can't remember if I murdered anybody in this lifetime, because I kept doing that and then not. I think he's still only killed one person. But I then discovered you can pick up so many flowers in this game, and it seems to be like disproportionately, it seems like this is like a really big thing. I don't know if we can pick these. I don't think we can pick these ones. You can pick loads of flowers and get herbalism experience, but then you can also get a little perk that means you get strength experience as well. So I kind of have this plan of Henry's just gonna pick up so many flowers and sell them, and then return stronger than ever and just sort of beat the shit out of them. Because the thing is, I did also set it to hardcore mode, so it's very difficult to fight. He accidentally has kind of become a pacifist, although I want to get into the alchemy system and make hundreds of sleeping potions and just put cover every single arrow in sleeping potion, find somewhere where the NPCs can't get me and just keep shooting at them and get like agility experience. Present apology bouquet. Yeah, I'll give them 3,000. What is it? We had like several thousand flowers last time we played. I'm still kind of getting used to like because I can't necessarily do the main quest because they keep assaulting me anytime I get close by. I'm trying to kind of figure out how this game rolls exactly. And it does seem like there's a little bit of a survival thing, right? Like he has to eat and sleep. Like he probably should eat something now because he's like dirty and injured and I don't know, food would not cure his dirtiness, I suppose. But yeah, is there an alchemist in this town? Is there what is there in this town? Because we're over here in Lichenko, which I've decided we're gonna be nice to everybody. There's baths. We should go to those. It doesn't look like there's an alchemist unless it's that over there, but I doubt it. We can't set any markers. There's gonna be a fucking alchemist in Rattay, isn't there? Or maybe it's gonna be connected to a quest. Oh, there's an alchemy, there's an alchemy bench in the town. I mean, what usually happens is I get to here, they start beating me up. I can like run and maybe escape somewhere over here, maybe, but usually that doesn't work. But if I can, maybe I can go around the back and get into the alchemy station and start making things. Yeah, food would not cure his dirtiness. I had a nice pizza yesterday, actually. Like, a lot nicer than I was expecting. Because this place does, like... I think there's free pizzas for £10 or something? Which seems ludicrous to me, because they're not insignificant pizzas. I won't actually show the pizza box, because I think it's a local place. And that's how they got Andrew Tate, so... Not that I am in any way, shape, or form like... Andrew Tate, just before Taki gets in there and starts saying something about it. I do remember they literally were like, no, that wasn't how we caught him, it was for other reasons. So I'm like, the fucking address was on the box, you absolutely did do that. Yeah, so I almost called him Taki then. Henry. Henry needs a wash. Where are we? Excuse me. We are... I am guessing... I've got no fucking clue. Okay, so let's find a building. I mean, like, what's this? We'll wash ourselves in this. At least wash the blood off, I guess. Alright, Henry. Show me what you look like. Okay, a little better. We're not bloodied. Although, we seem to have blood in our eyes. I guess to represent the head injury. I am not sure how I got a head injury, to be honest. I don't remember getting hit by anybody. I don't remember jumping off anything. So how did he get a head injury? I mean, it's been like at least a week since I last streamed this. It may have been 9 days. What? Who are you? Why is everyone always like, who are you? Like it's a fucking child's game of Lego and someone's walked into the wrong building. That's not based on a real thing at all. Oh, it's also weird how you can just punch people's chickens and they're fine with that. There's lots of weird things about this game. That's it. All the chicken, come on, every chicken, get in the corner, get in the chicken corner. Come on. Ah, fuck. I was trying to see if I could punch 3 of them at the same time. If I could punch 4 of them at the same time, that will be a new chicken punch record. Okay, so we're kind of on the outskirts of the town. One of the things about it being this difficulty is you can't actually see your location on the map. And I was like, I'll be fine. I'll just work out where I am. I suspect that hardcore mode is for people who have played the game before. That's fine. It's all part of the challenge. Hi, Bring Down So Badly. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. You and yours. We're playing Kingdom Come Deliverance on the hardest difficulty for the first time. I did mod it slightly so it would be easier in some senses. For example, there's bushes that you can't walk through for some reason. We've changed... I say I've changed that, but then we did get stuck in a bush anyway, so I don't know. I'm trying to work out where I am. So this is some kind of market. Is it this? So were we over here? Is it the grocers? So we want to like walk further into town this way? See, it doesn't look the same. Unless I'm going the wrong way. Where's the sun? Let's look directly at the sun. Imagine if they put it in the game where if you stared at the sun for long enough, Henry would just go blind. True realism. Honestly, like, I joke about it all the time. I would play the shit out of a game with that degree of realism, like, truly. Like I want to be able to hit I want to be able to play a character that can be really beaten up in like a genuine way. Like it does take them 3 weeks to like heal from a bruise or something. Like I want this. I want this suffering game that exists. But you can do stuff like look directly at the sun. You know, you can all sorts of stuff. Just like nonsense. The thing is, I guess probably the reason why that game doesn't exist is I feel like people would just get really like sick with it. You know, they would be like, what can we push Henry to and before he asks for merciful death? But then that's kind of what we're doing anyway here, right? Like we're making him pick up nettles and run through guards and stuff like that. I really have no idea where I am. I'm kind of worried that I might be on the other side of the river to where all the cool stuff is in town. Keep picking up the flowers though. Eventually we'll get a strength level. And I don't know of any other way to get a strength level that isn't tied to combat. So this is a meat thing, I guess. This is where you get meat. So is it that? Or is it that? Is it a Tanner? I don't think it's a Tanner. Apparently there's a quest giver in there. Ooh, archery train. See, that's something we need to do. But we wouldn't need a fuck ton of arrows. We'll just train. We'll overtrain Henry. Okay, what's this? That's also a trader. Let's go inside. Hello. Marigold decoction, beets. You seem to just sell food. Oh, private area. Sorry.
What do you think you're doing? Get
Okay,
the hell out of
fine. So okay, fine. No shopping today. You're closed. I still haven't found any food. I think he might have food in his inventory. Love my top. Thank you. It's a full dress. It's one of my early favorite dresses that I got. I'm really into like crop tops now. I want one of every color because I found before I started wearing dresses, I started wearing leggings because I hate trousers because they feel very gendery in a way I don't enjoy, but leggings are great. So I found, you know, wear a pair of leggings like over your navel, get a crop top, and it's fantastic. And no one can say anything because you appear so confident to them. They just have to deal with it. It's interesting because there is a thing I've noticed of the way that people behave towards you based on like your attractiveness level is very strange sometimes. People will treat themselves as lesser if they see you as more attractive, like genuinely, because they assume that you'll be so confident that they don't want to mess with you unless they're like a real piece of shit, and then they'll when I was on the way to Barbie, I think I got catcalled. Can't really tell because when people are in a vehicle moving 30 miles an hour, you hear something for like 1 second and you're not even sure. I think someone called me a hooker, and I was like, well, that's just misogynistic as opposed to like trans-misogynistic. So, you know, that's actually weirdly affirming for me. So, but sorry, what was that? You're already gone as fast as you possibly could away from the situation. So. Hi, Linus Guy. Good to see you, as always. We're Kingdom Come Deliverance-ing in this strange whitewashed world. Okay, so we've made it to the inn. Why did we come at food? No, we ate food. we use it to get our bearings. So we're presumably here. And we either want to go do archery, or we could go get a quest. I'm not sure what the quest will be though. Okay, so we went to the baker. There's a tailor. I'm kind of tempted to look at the tailor actually. There's not really that many clothing options. Like, they won't let you cross-dress in this game, which is, to me, criminal. It was one of the best parts of Fable. Okay, so we go this way. You're for sure not brave enough to wear leggings and crop top. Honestly, I felt that way, and then I did it, and I was like, oh no, this is power. This is raw power. Because you become confident because everyone sees you do that and go, oh, she must be confident. That's at least that's how it works for me anyway. Honestly, do give just like ignore any feelings and just do it. It's amazing. I believe in you. So is this the tailor? This is the tailor. Big pair of scissors. We go in here. Hello? Is this where the tailoring is done? Oh, okay, so your shop's like in the back, I guess. Can I just steal some of your soup here? I'm so thirsty today. Energy drink does not help. Are you okay? Are you okay? It's like, I can't believe we moved the table. I used to love leaning here. I'm curious what you've got. Lots of bright colored stuff. Medieval people loved bright colors, honestly. They probably wore more bright colors than we do now.
What do you need?
Let's talk trades. These are some interesting things. What, like, why the fuck can you buy a dress that you can't wear? Why did they do, like, baffling to me. I don't know. I guess there's probably like a merchant's thing, right? Like you buy an item from one town and you sell it to another. I was hoping to find the thing I saw before that kind of looked like a dress, because I really want to make Henry cross-dress, but unfortunately it's not gonna happen here. I don't think. We give a fancy shirt. Nah, he's fine. He's fine. I don't really have money to be spending anyway. Oh yeah, he's like injured. Does he need bandage? Would a bandage help? You're not bleeding. Okay, so it's just a case of I'm bruised. Let's go. Oh, we have a bed here, so we can save. That's good. Let's go sleep in it for like 10 minutes or whatever. And then go and do some archery to see how that works. And then I guess we just keep picking flowers so we can buy arrows. I don't know if there's... I don't think there's any like wood cutting or fletching or anything. Because that would be fantastic if we could just make our own equipment. There are some things you can make. And you can like repair stuff, I guess. But it doesn't seem like there's much more than that.
I had to dig a trench all round as big as the gates of hell to get the last roots.
Well, at least you got it done. You could have waited, though. I'd have given you a hand with it.
The way my back is now, I wish I'd waited.
Okay. They removed a tree. No wood cutting or fletching. Disgrace. Shit isn't us. There was a time I was really into fletching in that game, and then I just sort of fell off it, and then I never liked it. I think in RuneScape 3, which doesn't really count, I've got 99 fletching and wood cutting. I think it's like 40 in old school, because I was doing this thing. I remember when you streamed it for a little bit, I did play it for like a week. I was doing this thing of I would only level for quests. So I would get the level for quests and then I would do questing. So basically my whole account was just a questing account. I was actually really into that. I love how many quests there are in all versions of RuneScape. Because they, some of them genuinely like really good story stuff, or at least interesting, and like gives a lot of context to the world. It's fun. It's fun stuff. You been playing? You're on today? Maybe we'll come back to it. Honestly, I think one of the reasons I've not played it is because everything, almost everything I play is for streaming. And even the things I play in my own time, I also stream like Hades and Chivalry 2. So, and I couldn't really figure out how I wanted to stream it. Oh, I wanted to change my account name as well, but like that's not as easy as it used to be. They used to give you like a token so you could change it all the time, but I think now specifically you have to like buy it or something. So I was just like, I can't be bothered. Because I think my username is something like I am Burb or something, which the word Burb has been ruined for me after I was bullied by someone with a similar username. But it was like a reference to, was it iCatalyst or whatever it's called, the BBC show. It's not the only place that's from, but I dressed my character up to look like a bird, and I thought it was fun. But now I just want to change it to Hughes Rosary, I guess. I don't know. There is also this thing of like people finding you from your stream in RuneScape is sometimes very disruptive. I know some people, or I knew of some people that used to stream it, and they said that they just had to stop because it was just like a constant thing. So I don't know. Maybe we'll see. The other thing is also like playing an MMO or something. You have it is a time sink. Like that's the purpose. That's how it's designed, which is great. If you leisure time is about killing time, right? It's about doing something enjoyable that's like restful. I just don't have the time that I used to have. I really don't. I try hard, but like I'm always busy, or I'm resting, I suppose. Big time sink. Yeah. Although not as bad as Rust. Because then you have to get on. Although quite a few MMOs have some similar mechanic like that. Or there were Minecraft servers I played in the past that were quite a lot like that. Where I don't know, there was like a community aspect of it of like if you didn't log in every day, people would lose interest in the server, and then your whole community would fall apart basically because it's all based in a Minecraft server. So it was stressful like that, especially if you were in like some clan or something and you had like a position of authority, because people genuinely wouldn't feel like they had permission to do anything unless a higher up told them. So you'd have to be there to sort of lead by example all the time. I got kind of stressful playing when I first got into World of Warcraft in Wrath of the Lich King, because my friend insisted I come to my not very good friend. But I got into a thing of doing the daily quests, but I was trying to do all of them. So there's like a limit of like 25 daily quests a day, so I would hit that limit every single day, and I just hated it. I hate it so much. And Battle for Azeroth, which I later played, which was not a particularly great expansion, also kind of did that thing as well, but it was much more tied into unlockable content. Hey Maya, good to see you. How you doing? I moved into my new place. We're playing Kingdom Come Deliverance. I'm still picking loads of flowers. And we're kind of talking about MMOs, like RuneScape and World of Warcraft. I never played EverQuest, but I feel like a lot of its heyday was like pre-RuneScape. In fact, I think EverQuest might even sometimes claims to be the first MMO. I don't know if that's true. There was this MMO I was interested in that apparently was a bunch of shit. Doctors did referral today to GIC. That's fantastic. I have been told by another trans friend, make sure to check with the GIC that you are actually, they actually have referred you. And this is something that's relevant to me as well, because I thought I was referred to for 9 years ago, and it turns out I wasn't, which is grounds for malpractice suit, as it turns out. But Oh well. Oh well. But that's good. That's awesome. Did we previously confirm the correct pronunciation of Maya? I almost couldn't pronounce anything for a second there. Maya? I actually am not 100% sure, but please do correct me. Do just everybody. It's a general thing for anybody. Please, everybody, correct me all the time. As a streamer, it's very easy for me to fall into, for a community at least, an assumed authority that I do not have. Everybody is as much as possible an equal. If I start saying stuff that's not true or questionable, or like saying people's usernames wrong or anything like that, everyone has the utmost permission, not that you need it, to please correct me, because it's very important. May like a month with an R at the end, so like Maya. Yeah, so I said it right, I think. What am I doing? Oh, let's do the archery thing. That's what I was here for. This archery guy just stood by himself like, I hope someone wants to do archery. Oh, I just love bows so much. What? Imagine if that's his, I hope that's his voice. Be so disappointed. Hey. I just love archery. I'm an archer. Are you an archer?
I noticed the targets. Are you an archer by any chance?
I notice you're asking questions. Are you the Inquisition by any chance?
No, I'm Henry, of Skalitz.
From Skalitz. I'm Vatek, from here. Why are you so curious about the targets?
I just didn't want a situation where someone tries to create the streamer given a vengeful nature. That's not true, Tarkin, you know it. Although, I was talking, I think it was with Danger, I was talking with Danger about the concept of taking revenge. And there genuinely is a thing of like, there's so many situations, and BPD doesn't help because lots of things feel like a betrayal more than perhaps maybe they are. There's so many situations where I'm like, oh, I've been wronged. The idea of taking vengeance is just, it would be too sweet. Like, I can never touch that. I can never take revenge. Even, like, petty sort of, like, passive aggression is, like, a bit much because, like, you know, when you're like, oh, I've been through so much pain, you know, like, the return would be too much. I would become evil. So you just have to let things go. Or, I don't know, endeavor to patch things up if you can. So I have a capacity of vengefulness that I keep locked away. You're cooking a homemade chicken curry, amazing. That's one of the most delicious foods to me. Would be a chicken curry. Oh, I'm so hungry. Yeah, I'm interested in archery.
It's just that I sometimes try my hand at archery too.
Try your hand, do you? I know plenty who do. When you can score as high as me at chumps, then I might be impressed.
I've got no idea what you're talking about.
Never played chumps? And you call yourself an archer? All right, Henry, listen up. Chumps is a game for real archers. It tests your strength, stamina, and accuracy. And it can be a nice little earner. Unless you're, well, a chump.
So what exactly is it?
I'll tell you. A bunch of logs are floated down the river. Then you count to 20, and the archers run along the banks after the logs. At the end of the course, someone collects all the logs and counts the strikes. Whoever has the most, always meaning me, wins the bout. Each archer has 20 arrows with their own coloured fletching.
Oh, okay.
The contest ends when the last log floats through the finish line.
So I don't need to
Sounds like
provide
good fun.
arrows.
Fun, my friend, will bring you out in a proper sweat, and you'll be well pleased to hit just 1 or 2 blocks. So how about it then? Fancy a bout? You'll need your own bow,
Check.
but I'll supply the arrows with coloured fletching.
That's very kind of you. The idea of revenge is satisfying, but is actually awful. Yeah, because honestly, I think a lot of the, like, negative things that people have done towards me, particularly online, particularly on Twitch, were them acting out of a sense of vengeance, right? Like, for some perceived slight or whatever. Like, I think they felt that they were acting in justice. So, you know, if I then take revenge and they go, I'm being attacked, it's time for me to then take revenge. It just escalates into just like senselessness, doesn't it? That's why I have Korean cinema. I'm not watching. I love Korean cinema. I love in general, East Asian. I say East Asian. I love Asian theater. I think it would be an acting. I would say there's a lot of it, and it's complex. But some of it's really has some emphasis in it that I don't really find in other places. Hi, Night Suge. Good to see you. Night Suge Nobel. I know I said Night Shoes, but I've changed to Suge because there's no H. How's the new place? My room is smaller, but the place is much bigger, and it's almost a little spooky sometimes. And I'm kind of anxious about it because it's a new place. But getting a new mattress has made that a lot easier. And also, I'm so overtired from all of the moving. There's so much I had to do by yesterday, which is now done. And then there's all these forms I have to do as well, which I've done the vast majority of those. Oh, so I am tired, but I think as time goes on, I will like this place more. Despite the fact that the housemates seem to have history that's a little confusing, they all seem to get on with me and find me charming, so I'm like, that's good. Maybe I can bridge the gap between all that. Yeah, I need to watch. I would like to watch more Korean cinema. That's something I want to make an effort to do. And Liam Neeson, so enjoy it from a safe vantage point. How many Taken films are there now? Like 20? Listen, that's not one. That's the worst. I'm never gonna do another Liam Neeson impression ever again because I think I just came out with a Michael Caine impression. Listen, you better give me back Batman, or Michael Caine will do what was done to Abel, or was it Abel did to Cain? No, it's Cain did to Abel. Because everyone talks about Cain and no one talks about Abel. Even the non-Taken films are basically Taken films. It's very easy to get typecast, even as an internationally famous actor, because they just say, "Hey, listen, we've written this after watching Taken, so it would be great if you could also be in this." Maya says they have tomatoes, onions, potatoes, broccoli, cabbage, grow strawberries, rhubarb with apple trees, pears. Also have livestock, pigs, cows, sheep, chicken. That's a good selection of vegetables. I love tomatoes. Onions are great for everything. Potatoes are great for everything. Broccoli's very healthy stuff. I don't know about cabbage. There's a lot that I know what to cook with it, but like, I don't know. Whenever I see a cabbage, I'm like, I wish it was a lettuce. I don't know. Strawberries is amazing. Rhubarb's amazing. Apples and pears, that's good. I don't like pears so much, but I bet having an apple tree is good. Liam Neeson intentionally typecast himself because he wanted to work on silly things very often, so he didn't dwell on his wife's sudden death. Sorry? But isn't that what he's doing, is like chasing after his wife? Or his daughter or whatever. In Taken 1 it's like his daughter, and in Taken 2 it's like his wife and daughter or something. Wife died quite young skiing. See, there's part of me that's like, oh, it's really sad she died. And then I'm like skiing and I'm like, oh, well, they're rich, aren't they? So they go skiing like 4 times a year. Right, let's do some archery.
Come on then.
That's why he did proper films and then packed it in because he was sad. Oh.
You have to bet at least 10 groschen, 50 at most. There'll be 3 archers competing at the time. The winner gets triple his wager, and the second gets his coin back. So how much will you bet?
How much groschen? I'll bet 20 groschen.
That's the betting over with.
His wife was Vanessa Redgrave's daughter. She was rich. I don't know who. Redgrave sounds familiar, but I don't remember anything about that. All right, let's see if I can remember how to do archery, because it was kind of weird. Now. Where's my bow? That's a club.
I've got this easy.
Where's my bow? There's my bow. Okay.
Bloody hell.
Where's my reticle? I'm supposed to have a reticle.
Miss.
Ooh, close.
Hit home. You've no chance against me, amateurs.
Seemed like I hit it then, but shit.
Bloody hell.
I'm supposed to have a reticle. Where's my reticle? Did that count? Did that hit one? Oh, it says I've hit 3. How is he already out of breath? I mean, I know it is a lot of effort to pull a bow back properly. Can't sprint more. Oh, and I'm overloaded as well. It probably doesn't help. I think I'm winning so far. Oh shit. There's supposed to be like a potion that you can take that's really good. Although apparently only really works at low levels. Let's get in the water. I added a mod so that Henry can enter deep water without immediately having to go back. I do think he can still drown though. That should have hit. Come on. Come on. Oh, I'm gonna run out of arrows. Wait, it's...
Ah, well, I won't miss the next one.
Oh, well, I won't miss the next one. Let's trip over all these fishing nets. This is a brilliant... Whose idea was this? Okay, so that was too low. Can I nick some arrows back? Probably not. Right, we need every single shot next to count.
Almost had it.
Okay, that was fucking miles away.
No chance against me.
Red Cruiser, a famous acting dynasty. Ah, okay. Most famous actors are the children of famous
Sakura.
actors.
It's hellishly deep here.
Sakura? Like Sakura Blue? That's the worst pronunciation of Sakura Blue. Sakura! I'm from England! Okay, I've actually run out of arrows.
Missed.
Can we bonk him?
No chance against me, amateurs.
If we hit him in the head, they'll probably just go, "Ah, you cheater! That's the end of the. That's the end of the route." Can I pick flowers? Oh, mint! Oh, I love mint. It's gonna finish cooking. Amazing. Enjoy your look. Thank you. I love to cook and watch a stream. Honestly, I like cooking and being a little social. Sometimes I want people to piss off, but most of the time I love to be a little, you know, do something like that.
You've no chance against me, amateurs.
Can I nick your arrows? I can pickpocket you. Shoot the most colored arrows into the logs. Wait, did I win? I thought I came second place.
So, how did it go?
Second out of 3.
Okay.
Exactly dazzling, but at least you weren't last. Here's your money back.
And it was amazing. It's painful, though, especially when you get attached emotionally. I have heard some animal farms will trade animal to slaughter with their like neighbors or something. It seems like a good idea.
I'd
Right,
like
let's
to
do
try
this
chunks
again.
one more time.
Of course.
I
One more chump.
think it would stress you
Excellent.
out personally,
So how
just
much
being
do you
animal uncle. Yeah, I don't know, like more
Why
gruesome.
not?
That's the betting over with. Now here are your arrows. Been a pleasure.
I don't know how I would deal with that, because I was vegan and I was like, yeah, it's really important that everyone's vegan, and then I was like, actually that's not possible, and it's shifted my understanding a lot to being like, you know, it's probably fine if it's a small farm or whatever. I don't think that it really is anything wrong with that, because the thing also is like, not to continue. I know we've had arguments on this stream about veganism, and also on other streams as well. So I don't mean to just keep bringing stuff up to agitate people, but one of the things that sort of like that I think about a lot is animals in nature die horrible deaths, right? Not all of them, but many of them much worse than they would ever get from being butchered, right? So if it's like, well, you can't have meat because it hits the animal and kills them and stuff, it's like, okay, but, and I'm not saying necessarily that butchering is the same as nature, but then are we gonna stop that from happening as well? Because I don't know, but people's reasons tend to be emotional, so I'm not gonna like reason them into not loving and wanting to protect animals. For fuck's sake, I did so well at the beginning. Missed. I can even hit a single one. Okay, I hit a single one. Okay. Aim slightly above the log. Oops. That missed. I'm not gonna win, am I? I'm gonna lose all my groschen.
Let's see you beat that.
Fuck. Now you throttle you various poultry military, you're welcome. I mean, like,
Cards against me, amateurs.
kinda. Like, kinda. You didn't die in a field somewhere. And there's also other things of, like, it's sort of our responsibility to look after animals that we've domesticated to the point where they can't live without us, right?
You've no chance against
Almost
me,
had it.
amateurs.
Like almost, I don't know, like caretakers of animals or something. There were people that were like, we've got to set every animal free, and it's like, well, that's definitely worse. That's definitely worse for them. Oh, that didn't actually hit anything. Damn, it made an attempt to shame you too, Greenville. You can't, truly, I have no shame when it comes down to it. I've really thought that hit. I did reach a certain point with some things where I was like, you know, hey, it's fun to walk down the street and sing a little song. Actually, sometimes I don't want to do it, but sometimes I really want to do that. And if someone thinks that's weird, I'm like, well, they have a sad life. Yay! Okay, it looks like someone hit 10 logs, so I don't think we're gonna beat them. But we can maybe come joint second. No, we're last place. Okay, well, let's pick some flowers then. Can we pick these flowers? Yeah, mint.
Hit home.
Have we leveled up in archery at all? The fact that we're actually hitting things, I feel like, probably is making that a little easier. Right, is he gonna be like, haha, you're the chump?
So, how did it go?
You came last, lad. But chin up. As soon as you make some money, you can stop by here again and lose it all.
Why do you think that was all of my money? Yeah, I did level up! Okay, fantastic. Let's do it again.
Try chumps one more time.
Pick flowers, shoot archery.
Ah, one more chump.
There
Excellent.
was a time, because of Lord of the Rings, that I was very interested in archery,
I don't want to lose the shirt off my back.
but I never really got a
That's
chance
the
to
better
practice it at all.
Here are your arrows.
There was like stuff with scouts, but like I hated scouts because it's nationalism club that was made by Baden Powell, a big colonist who later became a Nazi. And they made us fucking do St. George's Day parade into a church. And it seemed like it was kind of controversial, but I didn't really, because I was a child and I'd been intellectually beaten into always doing what adults said.
Can't go any further.
So I was like, oh, okay, well, you know, I guess I have to do, this is my duty. I need to do this thing. Fucking hated it. It was so miserable.
Almost had it.
And it just kind of, looking back on it, it seems like one of these things that they were just like, you know, I bet if we just keep pushing for this, we can do this and it will save all the children's souls or whatever. And fucking St. George, like, come on. Every fascist nationalist's favorite fucking saint of England. I know it is, like, it's supposed to be St. George's cross and everything, but he's like from fucking Turkey, so like, what is it even? What are we even doing? Ah, I just love Turkey. It's probably a Roman Empire thing, right?
Almost had it.
But even then, it's like the Eastern Roman Empire. I don't know. I don't really understand it. Oops. Supposedly the first flag is the Danish flag, although I think that might be Christian nationalist nonsense. But they had like a war with some Bulgarians maybe, and a banner fell over, and they were like, oh shit, this is a sign from God. Literally, that's the story of the Danish flag. But the thing is, it's a cross, right? So presumably it was intended as a Christian cross already. And then I think just other places in nearby areas like England and Sweden and all that were like, oh, we also want to have our own cross flag because we're even more Christian than you somehow. even though we live fucking miles away from Rome or Jerusalem or anything. Sadly, indoctrination is one of the lesser crimes that regularly occurs in Scouts. Oh yeah, that's true. Nothing like that ever happened to me, but I could see how it could be very easily possible. Ooh. There was a lot of just like scout leaders just being mean.
Jesus. It's not as shallow as it looks.
Not as shallow as it looks. That counts as... I hit the underside of the log and that counted. I think I found the trick here. Is to aim your arrows. Yeah, I'm gonna win. Fuck yeah. Wish I'd bet more groschen though.
Hit home.
No. But yeah, no, it's every time Scouts comes up, I'm like, hey, did you know that this was founded to sort of justify camping in Native American lands, akin to the way that people from Israel will do that to Palestinian lands? Did you know that Baden-Powell was such a fucking raging fascist by the end of it that they were so embarrassed that they never had another Chief Scout until Bear Grylls, like fucking 50, 60 years later?
Hit home.
Okay, I think I'm gonna win this, even though one of them apparently has 12 arrows left. Oh, it's over. I win. I think. You're Vatzek. That's your name.
So, how did it go?
Well done, Henry. You've come first. It looks like you really do know what you're doing with a bow.
Yes.
You're still not up to my standard, mind
Oh,
you.
what if I shoot you in the head? Then will I be up to your standards?
I hope you'll wager them on some chumps again.
I don't want to do chumps again just now because I feel that I have won. Did I get an archery level for that? I got an archery level for the other one. Hang on, I pressed the wrong button. Would that be under skills? No? Oh, it'd be in combat, wouldn't it? So I leveled up bow. And I'm pretty close to leveling up again. Okay, cool. Does anyone know how high you can level in this game? I think I like to level 10. Or because if we can make Henry an absolute archery genius, an archery wizard, like Henry casts spells and arrows appear in bodies. There is also, I guess there's a thing of like trying to get used to the way that the game does archery, because every single game will do archery just a little bit different. Where the arrows will move in different ways. Skyrim has one of the easiest, but I think they did that because you're gonna fight a lot of dragons, so that kind of makes sense. 20 is the stat cap. Okay. Well, we'll probably... I'll be surprised if I get level 20 archery. But this is my plan at Submerging. Get loads of plants, make loads of potions, get to make sleep potions, sell everything else for arrows, get loads of arrows, cover them in sleep potions, and then I don't have to kill everybody because they're already asleep, presumably. And then we knock out every single guard in Rate with a bow. Problem solved. Hello, Vantris. Nice to see you. I just discussing Kingdom Come Deliverance's leveling system, which I am... oh, God. One of my lights just went out. One sec. I'm trying to cheese. Hang on, I'm just going to pause this. I need to plug these in. They don't have a lot of charge by themselves, I'm learning. One sec. Just go behind the desk. Plug this in. Little plug adapter that's done earlier. There we go. My ring light is still broken, unfortunately. Shut up, talking. Stop it. I'm gonna lose all my audience. Oh, 20 people on a Monday after not streaming for a week. That's pretty good. Not that it matters. Hey, wait, where did all Henry's arrows go? Oh, he still has them. Okay. I'm guessing he just put them away because he was using a different set of arrows. Okay, okay. I get this. I get this. Right, we're moving a bit too far away from the town. I'm so scared that we're going to find bandits or something, and Henry's just going to be carrying like a literal ton of flowers and have to run away, and then we'll have not saved or anything, so I have to do it all again. Yeah, we're going to pick the fields clean. We're going to take everything. I mean, I see this and I'm like, that should be a pickable flower. But then some of them actually, it's deceptive where you can actually pick them up. No, they have fairly big hitboxes. I wonder what I should eat today. I've got rice. I've got soy sauce. I don't know if I've got any like chili or something. Be good if I had some nuts of some kind. Like I had pine nuts. I would cook rice. I would cook it in chili, and then I would serve it up. I'd put a little hole in it to put soy sauce in it, and I would put a bunch of nuts on top of it, and that was pretty good. Oh, I've got seaweed. I've got some seaweed. I could have some seaweedy rice. Oh, that would be really nice actually. My housemate was helping me figure something out about, like, I had to change my circumstances because I've moved house and stuff, and she was like, oh, you are not getting much money at all, how have you been living? And I was like, oh, I don't know. It turns out I was supposed to be getting a lot more money from the government than I was, which is good to know, you know, when you've been suffering for months, years even, that actually you weren't supposed to do that. That's my favorite thing that keeps consistently happening in my life. It's like, oh yeah, you know that decade of suffering that you had where you couldn't do anything, go anywhere. You didn't have to. That didn't have to happen. It turns out if someone would have just made a couple of phone calls, you know, like, it's just like that all the time. I'm just like, for fuck's sake. There is a lot of information, I feel like, as an adult, that we have to find ourselves, but we don't even necessarily know that we're supposed to find it out. And I find that I struggle with that, and I don't know if it's just my various quirks, that's something in particular that I struggle with. I suppose so, but it fucking sucks. Like we have people, you know, there's people that have much more intense disabilities than me, and I'm, you know, led to understand that they're working out of the same support system that I am, and like I don't have enough. I'm like, how the fuck did they do anything? It's such a cruel state, you know. You don't like nut integration into food, you know. I would agree, but I just was something. Nuts are really good for you. They have calcium, and I want to say they have B12 because B12 is usually together. It's got lots of fat in it, which, contrary to popular belief, is very important for your diet. You need it. If you don't have it, you do die. What else has it got that's good in it? I don't know. You're textually conservative. Okay, you're not you know, like a difference in texture. Well, you could have them separate, so you could eat your rice and then you could eat your nuts, I guess. I don't know. I mean, for me, it's better for having them in it. You might like the way I make burritos, because the way I cook everything together, this is a compliment I had, was it's very texturally similar. There's like no huge surprises or something because it's all cooked together. That's apparently a good thing, I guess. miss fresh chili. There's gotta be something that, because I know you say like your tastes have been flipped around, and I'm sorry I keep treating you like Captain America or something. I'm like, we must do more experiments, but like I feel like there must be something that has become the chili for you now. You know, like that tastes different. Maybe, I don't know. Like how are jalapenos, for example? Like or like how's wasabi? Or what is it that makes green Thai chili the taste that it is? Because I love that stuff. I call it green Thai chili because that's just how I know it, but I know that's not actually its name. That stuff's wonderful. Or like, how is I guess jerk seasoning's already got chili in it, doesn't it? Like, find these all out, write these all down. Maybe you could write a I'm just like deciding what your life is. Maybe you could write a book about it and get loads of money. But genuinely, like dietary information like that is useful. Chili is still nice flavor wise. I just don't have it raw. You shouldn't be eating chili raw anyway unless it's the actual pepper, but you're supposed to. I discovered
Need a bite to eat.
way too late in life that you're supposed, if you're cooking stuff with chili, you're supposed to like cook it in oil first. A lot of the gastrointestinal issues that people have with chili is because the chili isn't cooked. It's not to say it doesn't cause them, but it's much worse if you don't do that. Hey, I gained a main level. Okay. Don't bother to cook for yourself. Poor use of time when mouth is broken. Yeah, it sucks. I've been thinking about trying to get a quote on fixing my mouth. My jaw still hurts from being punched, and that was what, 1 week, 1 day, 3 weeks, 1 day. That was like 3 weeks and maybe 2 days ago that I got punched. Supposed to heal after 2 weeks. And I'm really worried that I'm just gonna have like a permanent muscle pain there, which seems fucked. I've been punched in the face before, and it's never. To be fair, I was like a child, I guess. So I guess you heal better then. There's always soups, I guess. Or like chili itself it's not quite a soup, as in the meal chili. Come on, pick this Valerian. And then Henry will go to bed and have a little sleep. So it can save all the progress. So I don't lose it by like looking at someone the wrong way and then strangling Henry to death. Is it this way that I don't remember where the inn is. Columbo likes a nice bowl of chili, especially at nighttime in the dark. So I've heard. Columbo's really in vogue at the moment. There has been, over the past couple of years, there's been this like appreciation for Columbo, but I think because of the writer's strike, where the fucking huge executives were like, you mean you can't deal with new SNL? You can't deal without new SNL and whatever shit we're making, and everyone just went, oh, this is the perfect excuse to go and watch all of my favorite shows that I would be doing anyway. So a lot of people have gotten into Columbo during the strikes, and I'm like, yeah. It's not great that he's a cop, but then he's always chasing after super rich people anyway, so also it isn't real. Well, it's not a real thing. It didn't really happen. Plus, also, I don't really have a leg to stand on if I'm like, oh, cops. Because one of my favorite things is Star Trek. That's basically the Navy, so... Is cop worse than someone in the Navy? Yeah, I'd say so. Right. Do I still have a bed here? I'm gonna go inside and assume I still have a bed here. Loads of people watch Columbo during... Oh yeah, that's probably why I was saying a couple of years ago. That makes sense. Now I can't seem to climb these very shallow steps because of all of the flowers I have. Can I go backwards into them? Can I... crouch into them? Oh, I can. Although every every single person reacted to seeing me duck down for a second in a truly realistic way. Is this the inn? I don't think this is the inn. Can I sleep here? That's not my bed. This is my bed. And it didn't say I was trespassing. So we're gonna... Hang on. Navy versus cops. I think cops always... I mean, cops probably kill more people more frequently, right? I don't think... Just to be clear, I don't think any armed forces are good. I'm a bit more nuanced in it because I recognize, particularly in America, that, like, some people need to be in the military for their education and also healthcare. And that's such a gray area, right? But if you are in the military, you should leave. You shouldn't put your labor into that if you can help it. I did get a friend to leave an armed force, but the thing is, it was the same thing. They were there for education as well. Particularly in, was it Kentucky or Alabama? No, it was one of those. Kansas. They have a big policy. Kansas has the worst rate of education in America out of all the states. They keep intentionally defunding everything from libraries to schools to extracurricular stuff and putting that money directly into the military because they've got evidence to show that the less educated people are the more likely to go into the military because, you know, and it's not just because they don't know any better. It's like, well, they don't have any job prospects. People are constantly saying stuff like, oh, you know, university's not all it's cracked up to be. It's such a pet peeve of mine when people say that, because it's like, yeah, but you went to university, so you now have all of the benefits of that, which, you know, you might say, it's not as simple as that, but, like, there's so many fucking jobs at entry level that have the expectation of you having university degree, even if they don't explicitly say that. So, like, yeah, no, you got fucking $2,000 a month or whatever, you know. It's very easy to say that. It's like when certain people say, oh, Twitch Partner's not all it's cracked up to be, and it's like, it opens so many fucking doors, especially with sponsorships and stuff like that. You can't say something's not that cracked up to be when you don't live on the other side of it, right? Like, being middle class isn't so easy, and it's like, yeah, but you don't sleep rough, you don't sleep outdoors. How can you say that? I don't know why Henry woke up. Oh, that's right. I only made him sleep for an hour. I was like, why is he awake at night? You have family in Canada's RCAF. Is that Royal Cavalry Air Force? I mean, Canada often has this reputation because it's, I don't know, seems more British than America. Americans are like, oh, they're so nice and polite, but like Canada as a state is quite scarily fascist at times. Royal Canadian Air Forces, yeah. Why does Canada have an air force? For what purpose? You know. And it's weird also because Canada's got a history of not liking being forced to fight in Britain's wars, but then, you know, I don't know. Where's my torch? Militaries are bad. Don't join them. Don't support them. There's maybe some nuance if, like, I don't know, it's a revolutionary thing, or, and I get even a bit weird about when people are like, but we have to defend ourselves, and it's like, it's, yeah, but also, like, often you're feeling your need to defend yourself is why the situation exists in the first place. I don't know. I feel like someone that's like lived in a war zone might have strong words to say about that, and I think they, you know, would be right to. So I don't want to have too strong of a pacifist opinion that shits on people who've been in that situation, right? Like, I can't talk about something that I haven't experienced. I have always lived in absolute peace. The closest to not living in peace was already done pretty much as soon as I was born, right? So Pure chivalry pilled. Oh, I also hate that as well when people say something's pilled because it's whatever. Anyway, that doesn't matter. Guess at the sea in Canada's sea that's for cavalry. I mean, they have Mounties, so it's not that far of a guess. Mostly just been used for peacekeeping. Peacekeeping is a made-up phrase, right? Because who's not keeping the peace in Canada, right? It's gonna be protesters. It's gonna be you know, people who are being oppressed by the state of Canada. I don't know. It's gonna be people who are poor. Statistically, the Canadian Armed Forces have been used more to end armed conflicts than starting them. I don't think that's how conflict works. Because the thing that ends an armed conflict is an act of diplomacy. And yes, groups will be more open to signing agreements if they have lost the ability to fight. But ultimately, it is diplomacy that ends all conflict. And I think it's very important that we recognize that. I think when we start getting into ideas of peacekeeping, which itself is such a, like, you know, it's like carbon footprint or something like that. Someone has used that phrase to justify behaviors. You know, it's fine to have a bunch of people with weapons who can violently enforce a border because they're just peacekeeping, right? You know what I mean?
Don't you start. Oh well, I wouldn't
I
mind.
mean, this is a joke,
actually.
but their thing is called bigger army diplomacy. See, that just seems kind of sadistic, doesn't it? Like, haha, we know that diplomacy exists, but we're just gonna have a bigger stick. Yeah, Henry does need to eat. We have food. We've got a sweet pancake. That's probably like stale or something by now. Here we go. What's Beowulf's Rage Potion? What does that do? Tell me your info. Oops. Strength and Blood Frenzy for 2 minutes to die. Oh, okay. I need to get some of the archery ones. Because I think if your archery level's raised, the accuracy goes up. Because the accuracy I have currently seems to be absolute bullshit. Especially when I was trying to shoot at the peasantry, I was finding I didn't seem to be hitting them at all. I just seemed to be scaring them away. Yeah, I don't know. I do feel that, like, I have strong feelings about pacifism, and I recognize places where that doesn't apply, like the Revolution of Haiti, for example. I can't go in and say, oh no, don't use violence, because it's like, well, it's so far past that, right? But so it is one of these things of, like, I probably need to learn more, but we should always be aiming for peace all the time. And it doesn't mean fighting really hard so you can have peace either. That's, you know, I think the thing with Ukraine has made me, like, sort of examine, like, you know, like, what's my stance on that? Well, it's really good for them to stop Russia invading, but then it's not been good for anyone. Thank you for the follow. Ariagnu is my best attempt at pronouncing that. I hope I've done that correctly. The family you have in the RCAF serve mostly on the civilian facing fight. Like, I can't talk specifics, but one works just 16 food. Yeah, most people in the military will be, like, fixing, you know, air conditioning units and stuff like that. However, it is still a big unit, right? Like, it is still, like, that labor does still contribute to all of the bad stuff. If you worked in an office, right, and your office went around killing people, and you're like, but I just sort the mail. I'm like, no, you still have a responsibility there. Close enough. Please, if you feel comfortable, correct me. We were just saying earlier in the stream, streamers are not all that. They need correcting, and that is never more true than here. So Kingdom Come and geopolitics. Yeah, I mean, I talk about geopolitics all the time. Just not on purpose. It's just something that comes up a lot. I guess customary. I'm kind of enjoying Kingdom Come Deliverance, but the co-founder of Warhorse, who is a big racist and like a Gamergate guy and everything, I can see his work in this game of like, oh well, we could have had this, but you were uncomfortable with this, so you changed it this way or whatever. I did hear that he against the advice of the people working for him, made Bohemia as white as he possibly could, even though historically that would not have been true at all. And that sucks. Because it's supposed to be about realism, but then if you're gonna do something like that, it's like, well, what does realism actually mean? Where am I? I think I've wandered outside of town a little bit. What's that? Quest giver. He needs to eat. He also probably needs to sleep. I probably should have just slept till daytime. Like, there was no reason for me to sleep an hour other than saving, I guess. I've gotten really into picking flowers in this game, actually. One thing America kind of got right. Sometimes it pays to bitch slap a tyrant even if it costs a lot. That is not what America has ever done at any point. It has set up the majority of these tyrants. It has been a very anti-democratic force. Quite often, if it ever does get any kind of involvement, it's usually to fix a mistake that it made, or there was this great thing I was reading about. Who is it? I don't know. It's and it's bullshit mythology. I mean, if it's mythology's bullshit, then it hasn't got anything. It hasn't got anything right. There is a weird thing about. So obviously, I'm against tyranny, as all people should be. But there is this weird thing of like, tyrants do so much damage to a infrastructure of a country, or let's not even say country, just generally like infrastructure, that when you get rid of them, there's like this big fucking like lull of depression because of all of the things that, you know, the tyrant built in order to protect themselves, right? And there is this sort of I don't know where it comes from, this idea, but like, yeah, they do use a justification of like, oh, we're gonna overthrow a tyrant, we're gonna overthrow Saddam Hussein, even though it's really about controlling oil and etc and some other stuff as well, but then not do anything afterwards. Like bomb the shit out of somewhere and then not at least rebuild roads and hospitals, right? That seems like a really basic thing to do. Which apparently used to be a thing of America. They used to do that. But really it's just about punishing the Ottoman Empire for ever existing. And also continuing this same Crusader mentality of fighting Islam all the time. Even though, like, if we're gonna say which religion is better and more peaceful and kinder, it's not Christianity. It's not to say, you know. Where the fuck am I? Sorry, I need to find the bed. Where do we think Henry is? So we're probably around here. Maybe? I'm starting to see a bit better. What should it turn out like we've actually wandered into an entirely different town? Yeah, I don't know. I continually my buzzword is nuance. Nuance is so important. Nuance is the difference between doing, you know, the right thing and not, you know? If your ideology has no room for nuance, then you're gonna hurt someone that didn't deserve it. Do people deserve to be hurt? I don't think so. Okay, I think I roughly know where I am. If we head this way a little bit to the center of town, let's get Henry back in the bed. And I think I'm getting the impression that the storage system is tied to the bed. So if I rent a bed, it becomes my storage system that's back at the mill, which is interesting. There's a few games that do that. Fuck off. It's funny how many when I was looking at like all of the different mods that there were, there's loads that just remove dogs, and there's loads that make one particular horse better than the others, and there's loads that change Henry's face to something else. Streamers made masochists feel welcome. Listen, no, masochists can definitely be here. It just depends if they're an ethical masochist or not. Fuck. I mean, I'm playing this game in a masochistic way, right? Hi, excuse me. Is this the inn?
What are you doing here?
I want to sleep in your, well, really any bed. Why are you so handsome? Why? Never mind. I'm clearly in the wrong place. I'm sorry. Go back to bed. No, don't follow me. I'm not up to any. There's nothing I could do. What am I gonna steal your logs? I'm just picking flowers in the middle of the night. What's this? Chamomile? No, that's nothing. Sadism, masochism with consent or a lot of fun. Yeah, exactly. It's amazing the things you can do with consent. I think this is like not just for like intense kinky things, but also just like regular hand-holding stuff. Not to imply other stuff isn't regular. There's loads of like a lot of like toxic masculinity when it interacts with like, you know, why can't I just have a woman? I just want to do this. And they always try and jump the fucking gun, right? Like they try and say stuff that's you know, too close and too intimate. And they're like, why didn't this work? And it's like, because you got to get to know people. You got to like it's good that, you know, the culture's kind of shifting to have more conversations about consent. But also, why weren't we having these conversations? What kind of messed up 70s world were we living in where like that wasn't a normal thing? It's like, okay, so you want to like chop someone's arm off. Just as an extreme example, there's someone who will let you chop their arm off, right? But it's not just going to be fucking anybody. It's going to be very specific. It's going to be a controlled environment, right? Especially, I mean, if you're a surgeon, then great time. I'm sorry, I don't know why I chose that one. Streamer approves of manufacturing consent. It's great what you can do with it. Not manufacturing, just being like respectful, you know. But if you're being to lecture for disobedience, it's not normal. Fun but not normal. No, it's very normal. Honestly, there's nothing. Medieval people were into all kinds of shit, right? It's normal to like stuff. We live in a very Victorian time at the moment because conservatives control so many things. Everyone's treating sex like it's this negative thing. It's not. It's and shame is not going to do anything other than get people into situations where they end up hurting themselves because they don't feel like they can talk to anybody about it. It is normal. It's normal to want to get shocked or whatever. Maybe that's not your thing, but it is normal. It's a normal thing. Is this the inn? This is the inn. I noticed the inns always have like a big sort of yard. It must have... Oh god, it would really suck to have bad shoes in this time. It's like walking over dirt all the time, getting it inside your shoes. Right, I have to sneak to get up the stairs for some reason. There we go. Do I still have this bed? Doesn't say I'm trespassing. Okay, Bianca's ring isn't here, so this is definitely my inventory. Right, let's put in all of our fucking flowers. There we go. Oh, I accidentally put two things. My E button is a little bit broken because I accidentally poured some water on my keyboard. I mean, again, you aren't wrong. Your boyfriend's masochism isn't a kink. It raises the level of fetish. You can't enjoy himself without pain. I'm a little confused about what the difference between those two words are. But yeah, good for him. That's what he likes. Then that's great. That's I don't have much more to say about it, I guess. Right. Sleep and save. To actual daytime this time. I sleep till 8 AM. Kink is something done for fun, the fetish is something you can't get off without. Oh yeah, no, I do remember, because I had a friend that worked in like sexual psychology, which is a, you know, it's a subject you can't really talk about, but it is very interesting to me. The psychology of anything, the way that anything works is so interesting. But like, you know, how do you bring that up to people? Oh, I'm so interested in the psychology of kink or whatever. Right, hello. I think I will have to buy another night. Oh shit! He's gonna pass out because he's not eating. Quick, eat everything. Okay. Now, as much as I want to say it's okay for us to talk about sexual stuff, sort of, I don't need to know about your boyfriend getting hard. I think that we're kind of maybe pushing past the boundary a little bit here. I'm okay to talk about subjects, but I feel like we're getting a little bit, we're getting a bit outside of that, because as much as I've put loads of things on the stream that say yeah it's 18 plus and etc etc etc, Twitch is by technicality 13 plus. I'm not really sure how that stuff goes, and just other people's comfort levels, so let's maybe bring it back a little bit. Not to, again, I don't want to associate it with shame or anything like that, but report the stream. Please don't do that, Taki. You will ruin me. Because the way that Twitch's system essentially works, like a lot of websites, because they don't actually want to moderate it, is it's based on reporting. Fascists love to exploit this system because they just get as many accounts as they can to report someone, and they can get them in trouble for doing anything. Like Hasanabi getting in trouble for saying cracker as to refer to a white person, which, you know, there's quite a lot of history. I don't know if you've ever heard of the slave trade, or the history of not washing particularly well, which does come from post-Roman into medieval times. You know, though realistically that would have been his own audience. That's what he gets for fucking courting with right-wingers all the time and pretending that they're left. Anyway, it's against TOS to sort of talk negatively about other streamers, so also don't report me for that either. You're in work, so you can't set up loads of vaults, so do later. No, don't do that. I'm not sure, like, if I got banned. The thing is, it doesn't seem like, I've never heard of streamers getting permanently banned, because obviously Twitch wants money, but like there's usually big streamers, so I don't really know how that would work with a small streamer. But generally my understanding has been, do they not really give a shit? Or if they give a shit, they give more of a shit about the streamer than they do about the chatter. I have noticed reporting people inside my own stream is something that gets dealt with very quickly, like unusually quickly. First time you heard character for the white people assumed it was an insult about us being fairly bland. It is also that, but it's partly about whips for slavery. It's partly about not washing, which goes back to basically the Romans stopped spending money on infrastructure. So they stopped having sewers and baths and stuff and started spending all of their money on churches. And then they spent so much money on churches that they collapsed because they couldn't afford to do anything, or rather people got so fed up. But we, essentially because of Roman colonialism, lost the knowledge of how to make soaps and stuff. Not entirely lost, like it was still a thing that happened, but we used to, pre-Roman times, particularly in Britain, we made like a fucking lot of soaps to the point where Romans were like, oh, look at these soaps and stuff. These are cool. And a lot of Europe being shitty and bad is the scars of the Roman Empire, basically. Colonialism or just invading anything, it really does affect stuff for like a really long time. I feel like it's worth mentioning, because it's always is, that there is no such thing as reverse racism. A lot of people, a surprising number of people, and they are all white, have this impression that racism is like a fight between two sides, as opposed to one incredibly oppressive system against anybody that doesn't fit into a very narrow margin. I had a friend for 15 years who could not accept that idea, so much to the point where when I said that that was racist, they cut me out forever, which really sucked. But, you know, ultimately I'm kind of like, well, you know, it was nice to be friends, but if I can't be friends with you and believe in critical race theory, then it's probably better that we're not friends. Or anything else. Mostly just the air. Want a tree. What? Oh, sorry, I missed a bit. As someone who owns a few whips, I say I never use them on some of it. Yeah, well, there you go. I mean, again, you know, we don't need to... I need to mention it every stream. It's okay. I get it. You're proud of it. Sorry. I feel like I'm coming on a bit too strong there. Yeah. Report the stream stuff. I even feel like saying the word report enough times will fucking generate some kind of bot or something. Wouldn't it fucking suck if I got banned and then I didn't get my payout and then I had to figure something else out? Oh, this is a fantastic time. This is a fantastic time to mention Ko-fi. I have a Ko-fi. Please subscribe to me on Ko-fi. As opposed, I mean, you can subscribe here as well. That's good also, because for many small minor reasons. But Ko-fi is a great way to support me because I get basically all of that money, kind of. It's particularly a subscription because that's a rolling thing. If I get enough rolling subscriptions on Ko-fi, it will be a lot easier for me to do things in my day-to-day life. It will make it a lot easier for me to pay for things like toothpaste. My friend gave me this little fucking twist thing for getting as much toothpaste out of the toothpaste tube as possible, and I fucking stretched that thing as far as it would go. I officially ran out of toothpaste today. I guess I have some reserve money. I guess I can go buy toothpaste, but if I can fucking hold on to it. Bullwhip because you grew up in farm country. That one isn't a lewd thing. Is that the one that I mean, it's a lewd thing for some people, but is that that's the big fucking one, right? That like you can fucking take a head off with that. I think it's like Candyman. Bullwhip is the Indiana. Yeah. That stuff's interesting. I have a sort of aversion to anything that could be used as a weapon, but less so for things that are like difficult crafts. What? Why is everyone so offended to see me? Like what? What? No, I can't knock people out here. I promised I would be good to them. That's not how you meant to use it on things. I mean, I assume it's for just like herding bulls, right? Because it makes a loud sound. It's sort of like, it's funny. Anything that's intended as a tool tends to be pretty fucking deadly, right? Like, yeah, you could kill someone with a pneumatic drill, but like you're not supposed to. Or like anything, you know, like belt sharpeners or anything like that. Really fucking take people's fingers off, but you're not supposed to. Meant to just make a loud sound. Yeah, that makes sense. Having watched Indiana Jones so much as a child, we wanted to give someone a wee whip on the ass. I mean, everyone just does that with towels, right? I feel like if you did out of a bullwhip and you were like whipping properly, you'd quite severely harm them, I think. Because it's like the speed of sound, right? It's like over 240 miles an hour or whatever. That's the speed of sound, right? The speed of sound is. Food. Tell me food.
God be with you. Do you need anything?
I don't think any of my mods are working, because the thing with the faces is supposed to be fixed. And it seems like we're still having that issue. Right, let's buy some bacon. And a bread roll. And some cheese. And some horseradish. And some milk. And a pretzel. There we go. Oh, shit. Check basket. We're gonna haggle, but we're gonna give them more money than it's
Let's
worth.
talk about the price.
Sure, why not?
You used it on a watermelon? Yeah, that's supposed to be pretty bad, right?
Do a lot with a little, like in my case, I do not have much
Yes, sir,
hard drive
and,
space.
It's true. Hi! Hi,
Well,
Izzy, how you doing?
Thank you very
Playing
much.
Kingdom Come Deliverance. And, why is he blacking out? Mostly picking flowers. Because I found it's a great way to level up. Yeah, eat the cheese. How is he? Is he full yet? Okay, he's not hungry anymore. Come on, actually, eat until he's full. Eat the horseradish. Eat the pretzel. Drink the milk. And fucking eat his shoes. Doing okay, just walked past your room, head streaming, came to look. Yes, hello. Izzy lives in the same house as me and is also a streamer, so go check her out if you like VR DJ sessions, I think. And how is that a private area? Excuse me. Oh, I guess I mean there was a lockpick chest in there, but I'm kind of like, oh, I'm gonna touch all your straw. Is this a private area as well? No, this one isn't. It looks like they're genuinely storing stuff in here. One, they're really hard to get up to speed. Oh yeah, because you have to do the whole thing. Two, getting them on the level to touch a person is actually way harder. And three, they're useless if people get close to you. Yeah, like many... like bludgeon them with it, I guess. See what's happening. The streamer is building a connected universe of streamers like a book delivered MCU. So like there is a lot of like networking stuff that goes on, although it seems to be more intense around a certain Scottish streamer, and also really fucking cutthroat for no reason. So I am kind of hesitant to group people up too much, because there was even a group that I was in that was supposed to be kind of counterculture to that, but then they all just sort of turned on me all at once, because it's what groups do, I guess. They make an in crowd and an out crowd. But also post ostracization, I was trying to find places that would tolerate me and not do stuff like that. So like subconsciously I was kind of building a collection of streamers it would be safe to be in, you know, that weren't gonna just arbitrarily, with no receipts, make big bold claims about things that were the opposite of true. But I don't know. I mean, it's networking is good and important, and it brings in viewers and stuff. But like, there is just this feeling of like red hot danger. That like, what if I grouped a bunch of streamers together, and then someone else wasn't included? You know, like, I try as much as possible to make sure that the people I follow are diverse and as you know, but there are mostly straight white male streamers on the platform, and they mostly will also just raid straight white, well, not necessarily straight, but they do also raid white men all the time. So there is kind of a thing of like, well, they're cool because they're not intolerant to me, but then if I bring them into some kind of like grouping and they get views from that, and then they use those views to then just further other straight white men, you know, that's not really working. So I don't know, it's something I think about. Geometry of whips as a weapon makes them hyper impractical. Just have me, which is, hey, you're cool, like, you want to vibe. I always, like, everybody that I ever followed was because I thought they were nice. But it turns out niceness can be a manufactured thing. People can seem very nice, and then their actions can not align at all. Some of the more popular people in some of the circles they're in were also, like, not necessarily on purpose, I don't think, but were like some of the worse for any kind of thing like that. I think when you're in a privileged position and you're sort of like given the opportunity to go against the grain, you're probably not going to want to do that because your whole popularity is based on not doing that, I guess. So I don't know. I do have sympathy for people put in those positions, but also, like, I don't know, it's just so inherent in my bones to do the right thing when given the opportunity, regardless of the cost. And maybe, I don't know, maybe I should have some more self-preservation, but it's tricky. Most of your friends are queer, or LGBT, sorry, and race and gender. Sure, lean more white guys, but a good mix. I also find there's a thing of, like, I probably watch more straight white guys. It just because of sheer volume. I'm making an effort not to, but I also don't want to, like, tokenize people either. Like the reverse, like there's definitely people who got as far as understanding that they need to diversify, but what they ended up doing is they would raid someone one time and then they would never watch them. And, like, I don't know, I guess I've been guilty of that as well, but there is also a thing of just people stream at different times, different people are available. I don't know. I as much as possible, I want to be, like, I have some privileges, right? Being white on Twitch is a very big privilege. I want to spread that out. I don't want that to be advantage. Dorado7, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. We're talking about the I don't know, the sort of meta structure of Twitch, I guess, and streaming and stuff like that. I mean, a lot of it comes down to rating. There's also a thing of, like, for a lot of people, and when I was early in Twitch, when I was like a viewer, there was this feeling of, like, oh, I need to watch this person to support them, and, like, that's sort of toxic, really, because as a viewer, you should really be doing stuff because you enjoy it, because you want to do it. But then people will be like, okay, well, I'm not going to go outside of my comfort zone because I enjoy staying in my comfort zone. So I don't know. I guess using any social media, there is a responsibility to listen to voices that you wouldn't normally hear. We're not promoting Raid Shadow Legends. We're promoting my Ko-fi! Exclamation mark Ko-fi! You may see which LGBTQA+, I think maybe 2 straight people on Twitch. One of those being my best friend since high school. It's the problem is there's loads of people like With Danger, Wormsy, Shinmas, Steen, who am I missing? There are lots of people like that. Really nice people. Very tolerant, got their head screwed on, they're great. But, like, if I was just watching those streamers, all, you know, and I do watch most of their streams, I feel like I'm not really expanding my bubble and then potentially other people's bubble. Because there's also a thing of, like, I don't want to raid people that I don't know what their channel's like. I want to spend some time watching them to know that they're decent. Sometimes I've got on them a little bit, but I try to at least watch enough to get a feel for what the channel is. It's something I think about a lot. Generally know none of the people you mentioned. I've raided them before, and I'm in their channels a lot. But maybe that's a good thing, because, like, actually, if I was to raid at the moment, who would I probably pick? I don't know if I just love puzzles. I'm not raiding, I'm just for the sake of having a look. Chi-Chi's on, so I would almost certainly raid Chi-Chi. Black Guild Gamers is on, that would be high on the list. But then there's a few other people, like Marcus Keeley's on, Gamer Fiend's on, you know. They're like, if I couldn't find anybody else, I probably would raid them. Shut up, Taki. Shut up. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. Almost exclusively raid the people whose streams I've watched after streaming. Yeah, sometimes I do that. But often what I do is I'll raid someone and then I'll watch them from like anything from 10 minutes to half an hour or something, and then I'll go and watch what I would have gone and watched. There is, if you've ever seen The Good Place, the way that Chidi is like, oh no, if I do this then this is the wrong action, or if I do this this is the wrong action. It does become a little bit like that, like almost like an overcautiousness. It's something just to be aware of. And I think I would extend this to other stuff, right? It's not just streaming. Obviously, social media, I think it's really important that you are following some kind of activist in all of the sort of like marginalized peoples, right? You should probably, or maybe not even an activist, but someone who's going to say things that are going to expand your understanding of that, right? Like you should be following indigenous creators, you should be following Jewish creators, you should be following Muslim creators, you should be following queer creators, you know, you should be following black creators, you should be following Asian creators, like that, like, and again, not in a tokenistic way, in the point of like genuinely trying to engage and expand your understanding. I think it's so important, because you will learn stuff that will change your understanding of your own world around you. The things, you know, I learned so many things about Britain that I never would have learned if I was just following British creators. I think that's very strange and interesting, but it is worth looking at like your social circles as well. For example, like when you go and hang out with a bunch of people, are they all white? If they are, you know, maybe you need to start questioning that, right? Or there's also a thing of like, I often analyze like group photos. Like I've been in like theater things and stuff where there's been like a production photo and like everybody's white, and then the people who aren't white are like at the back corner of the photo, and I'm like, oh my god, these poor people, right? Because they're obviously, you know, all I'm saying is you just gotta try. It's not hard to try. I mean, it might be if you've got some stuff to work through, but it make things better for everybody. You follow good creators. Good does not mean popular. I think that a lot of popular creators on this platform become worse because they are popular. Kind of regret who I raided this morning, because none of the people I want to watch were live. So I raided someone, and the raid message was Shark Attack with good vibes from Anti-Shark Week. And the first thing the person I raided was, shark fin soup is really tasty. Spent half an hour talking about why it was okay with shark hunting, made you super uncomfortable. This really sucks, especially for you. I remember I raided someone recently that had Pepes, and I'd looked at that channel and I really didn't think there were any, and it was bad because I got, you know, I triggered by that. I hate to use that word because it's been ruined, but like literally that was what happened. I was just like, oh my god. Depends on where you live. Grew up in a place where everyone is white. Seeing a person of color is super rare. Then even more of an imperative then, if that's the case, right? You shouldn't stay in a bubble. And again, that doesn't mean, I think a lot of people also will take a half approach to this, so they'll be like, oh, well, I've got one black friend, and it's like, no, you've got someone who tolerates you because they have to, and then you keep using them as an example in an argument. Just the main thing I feel like I would say is like, try and include people that wouldn't be included. Make that effort, make extra effort, offset, you know, the marginalizing things. But it was interesting looking back at places I used to go and like, oh yeah, I didn't have an understanding of critical race theory the way that I do now. It didn't even occur to me that this was a place that was essentially hostile to anybody that wasn't white, because people definitely did come and they didn't stay, so it doesn't seem like they felt comfortable. So obviously, it's something that needs to change. Right, I think we've picked every flower in this town. Where's the inn? Here's this way. Something I really like about Sheffield is there's quite a degree of diversity, and that seems to be increasing, and that makes me feel more comfortable because I like to see lots of different cultures on display, but also like, you know, I feel a sort of inherent solidarity, right? Like we're all gonna hate cops. You know, like stuff like that. It's nice. Bye, Taki. You're gonna leave now. You're too damn confused about whether the stream is continuing. Shut up, Taki. But sincerely, friends of all sorts of groups. Honestly, I forget I do. Don't think about the skin of religion. There was a movement for a while in the sort of 90s that was like, I don't see skin color. But the thing is, that's not that's not really how that works, right? Because you have to be able to see in the ways that you're privileged over other people. So if you sort of ignore those things, you can end up just extending a bias. Neutrality in the face of the oppressor is not good, right? That makes sense. Where the fuck is the inn? Sorry. If you're really interested in the gameplay of Kingdom Come Deliverance, I do think, I don't know, it's adapted. It was all fast paced at the beginning, and it's all about flower picking now. I don't think anyone minds. I mean, I've heard people say about like how they don't even notice what game is going on, they don't even pay attention to it. That's fine. It is fun. It is fun to just pick flowers, though. Honestly, combat, flower picking though. And people who can't see skin color are blind people. Nice. Why are you joking about people being blind in a discussion about ethnicity? Are you sure that's the well-crafted joke that you think it is, or is that maybe kind of problematic? You're legally blind? I don't know, I still think it's a weird joke. I don't know. I didn't know you're legally blind though. That is something to talk about. There's an assumption that blindness means absolute blindness, but most blind people have some vision. As far as the state is concerned, you can't see shit. You agree? My eyesight is what's it, short-sighted. After about that distance, it's very bad. It's very, very bad. Like I won't recognize people unless they're stood next to me, kind of thing. I think about that a lot. Oh, we were just at the end. We need to store our plants and sleep for poor Henry. And then maybe we'll do some archery again. Get his archery up. It's gonna become the strongest herbalist archer that's ever existed. Can't see 6 inches past your face. So that's like half me, basically. How close can I see? I can't see any closer than like 2 or 3 inches, but I think that's normal. I don't think you're supposed to be able to. I don't know. I guess probably I also have contacts on, which these contacts are not so good at seeing close things because it's technically not my prescription. Why is this door closed and why can I not open it? Excuse me.
Good afternoon.
Please open this door for me.
Can I sleep here?
I suppose I could find something. For how long?
What happens if we do a few nights?
How about if I pay you for several nights?
All right. Money up front, though.
200 groschen. Yeah, okay, but let's haggle.
That's quite a lot. Can we discuss the price?
There we go. I will give you more.
You've got it all to yourself. No one will disturb you.
Amazing.
Sure. Farewell.
Kež navždy zůstanete svojit jeho a on tvůj do smrti. Za to dnes jsme tu všichni s vámi.
Okay. Well, that was a fun little song. With glasses that won't give you a pounding headache, can't see clearly past 20 feet. Yeah, they I don't know much about glasses, but they should not be giving you a pounding headache. Yeah, store all this stuff. I've never had nettle tea in real life, but people seem pretty excited about it. I think there's thistle tea as well, right? I didn't make that up. Yeah, I know item is unequipped. Yeah, put your bow back on. There we go. Oh, I feel so fast because we've been moving so slow for so long. Right, let's go do some. Let's do a bunch of archery, and then. Oh wait, I was supposed to save. I was supposed to save. Save. Use the bed to save. There we go. Yeah, we'll do some archery, and then maybe we'll try and get into Rattay to do some alchemy. The thing is, how the fuck am I going to get all of my plants over to do alchemy? I need to see what it is, because I don't know how it works. But then I've never approached it to know.
I'll have a beer.
Well, past 20 feet is mostly blurry and splotchy. Yeah, no, literally like, I don't know, 4 feet, 3 feet. I have to take my, I don't know, it's hard to describe, but yeah, no, nothing has any definition. Can't see people's faces. Yeah, it's pretty rough. The weird thing was, and it's amazing how many things this has happened to me for, like, being trans or whatever, is like, I just didn't know for a long time that you were supposed to be able to see that distance. Because my eyes are the wrong shape, basically. They're like slightly rugby balled or something. Wait, let's talk to this guy. What do I need?
I'd like to try chumps one more time.
I'll try chump one more time.
Ah, one more chump. Excellent. So how much will you bet?
How much will we bet? 40
You
groschen.
only live once, right?
That's the
The
bet.
prescription
Now here are your
says that you push into the category of legal blindness. What's the purpose of the definition? I guess it's if you've got no glasses at all. If you're in that situation. Oh, where did my reticle go?
You've no chance against me, amateur.
Guess. Or like, does that mean you like? They won't let you drive?
Let's see you beat that.
Well, that seems silly, because then you just put glasses on. Hey, there we go. We got one.
I've got this easy.
I got this easy. You have one eye smaller than the other. My prescriptions aren't quite lined up. I definitely one eye is different, but it's not smaller. Not for me. Or, well, I don't know actually. Maybe it is. Oop, fuck! I held it for too long. Oh, he hit his hands. He hit his hands. That's funny. Come on. They're so far away. Try again.
Oh, well, I won't miss the next.
Yeah! Yeah! I think.
Let's see you beat that.
Way off. And this guy doesn't stop talking shit. Just, oh, you'll never beat me. I was using a bow in the womb. I'm the best. I actually made this game up. I'm a little late, Rain. Oh, for fuck's sake. The wind did take it. How deep?
Jesus. It's not as shallow as it looks.
I don't think any of my mods are working, because he should be able to wade into that. I don't have my reticle, and the face thing isn't working either. But I installed all the mods. I don't know what would be missing to cause that. Oh, fuck. I really thought that would reach. You were injured doing this? In real life? Doing archery? It's quite annoying. I imagine it would be. Oh, fuck. Okay, we've got 5 arrows. Okay, I think I'm starting to understand where the arrow goes relative to the bow. relative to the middle of the screen. It goes left a little bit. No, oh okay, in this okay. I mean, his hand is kind of hurt. That counted? 8. Okay, one more, and I think they'll just say that I won. 9. Right, no one else fire any of the bows. See if I can pick up these flowers. It seems, even though I can pick up flowers, it seems like it's harder when I'm holding a bow for some reason. Looks like the wind is a factor. I have heard that it is, and I imagine like the weather as well. But more than anything, it just seems to depend on your archery stat, I'm guessing. Let's put this bow away, see if I can pick these flowers. There we go. Oh, I think I won. Because they, even though they had more arrows, they all just sort of quit. Put it away, the person told you were legally blind. As far as the government of Ontario is concerned, even with glasses, you would be a clear and present danger to yourself and everyone if you operate a motor. Wait, so are you not allowed to get a driver's license then? Because that seems unfair.
So, how did it go?
But then, I don't know, maybe this stuff I don't know.
It looks like you really do know what you're
Yeah, I came first again.
You're still not up
This
to
archery
mark,
stuff's easy.
mind you, but a pretty good effort.
Ouch.
Here are your winnings. I hope you'll wager them on some chumps again.
I'd like
do
to
it
try
again.
chumps one more time.
Of course.
It would be a crime for you to operate a motor
One
vehicle.
more chump. Excellent.
Is it
So
really
how much
that? It's that.
No half measures.
Although no, I have heard that
Save for anyway.
much like
That's
Britain,
never over
the
with.
disability law in
Aaron.
Canada is not great. Because Brits just hate the idea that someone could be sick or in pain or suffering and need treatment. Despite the fact that we have the NHS, although we don't really... we haven't for a while really had it. Pretty much all my life it's been largely unhelpful, unless I've been like severely injured. But that seems like... No. Oh fuck. We're so far away at this part. I feel like the logs are further away than they were last time. Evo, you wouldn't trust yourself behind the wheel of a car anymore, you'd rather walk or bike. Even if the government would let you drive. So you can bike! See, now that makes... I'm like, hang on. I guess they're like, well, if you crash with a bike... Damn it. Give it to me. Okay, stop wasting arrows, Henry. How's one of them got 4 shots? I mean, to be fair, I've shot about that many. Pedal power, not motor power. Oh, no, I assumed you meant like a pedal bike.
I can't go any further. The current could sweep me to my death.
Not that bad, Henry. Okay, this should be easy. We're really close to it. Yeah. Seems like I get 10 and they just basically say, oh, are you won, Henry? Nah, fuck. Yeah, I need to get these mods. Not having a reticle when the entire game is based around having a reticle just seems sort of mean. Oh, that counted, I think. Figure bikes, they figured that the speed is low enough, you'd be hard pressed to hit anyone with yourself. Yeah. Although it does kind of make me think, like, how would you design a bicycle that could hurt people? And I don't mean just putting scythes on it or something. I mean like the wheels were so big that when you cycle them, there's so much like horsepower behind it.
Let's see you beat
What's the horsepower? What's the horsepower of a bike? Probably like 10 or something. I don't know anything about horsepower. I even vaguely don't remember what horsepower was supposed to be. I think it's something like the amount of time it takes a horse to move something across a X amount of distances, or over a certain weight. I don't know. Oh, I hit that one. Okay, I need to hit 4 more. Yep. Okay, I need to hit 3 more. Ah, shit. How is it? Fuck. The more Groshin you put in, does he just get harder? And by that I mean, does the difficulty get harder? It's just like, money! Haha! Well, fuck. Okay. I just beat him to death. How many shots can you get there? I need to stop thinking, like, it's not Skyrim. You can get away with a lot in Skyrim. They're largely unregulated? What? Pedal bikes? What would there be to regulate? I guess just like traffic safety and stuff. And I think Canada has a similar issue to America, that it's all like wide roads and excessively car friendly and not pedestrian friendly. I guess it depends where you are. You would have to do something with the gear ratios that you would get super fast. Like if you ran over someone at max speed on a race back, you'd probably do some damage. With fixed gear commuter bike trike with large basket, it can't get going that fast. I want purely in a made up, not real scenario.
So, how did it go?
I'm very interested to see what could be created.
But at least you weren't last. Here's your money back.
We got our money back at least.
I'd like to try chumps one more time.
Of course. Ah, one more chump. Excellent. So how much will you bet?
All of my money.
No half measures. What's there to save for anyway?
That's the betting over with. Now here are your arrows.
It's funny how he announces that. Like, if like, what were we expecting more chumps? Was there like a multiplayer thing where there's like 5 Henry? I want to see multiplayer in a game that doesn't make fucking sense. I want to see 5-player Kingdom Come Deliverance where everyone is Henry.
I've got this easy.
Oh, I feel rather hungry.
Damn it, I wish I was able to swim.
You've no chance against me, amateurs.
Right. Let's do our best. That counted! It hit a splinter. That also apparently counted. Come on, come on, come on. We need to triple our Groshin. Ah, fuck. Mostly I'm just interested in the archery and I believe therefore agility XP. Because I think the only other way to get agility is to avoid being hit whilst people are trying to hit you. And that seems a bit excessive. When I can't even really be hit once. Or maybe that's the effect of agility. No, that was way too low. Flamethrowers on the front. Yeah, well that's why I said not scythes or anything. I just mean like, could you cause a traffic accident with a bike? And I don't mean the bike hits a car and you're like, oh, I mean like the bike hits a car and the car gets fucking crunched in half. Could such a thing be possible? I don't want it to happen, that would be horrific. But I want the knowledge. I want to go to the big brain and ask it what would happen. Oh. I'm not gonna win this, am I? I mean, I'll become second place. I do like the second place get your money back thing, because there's only 3 of us. So I just have to do better than the noob NPC. Okay, that did not hit. Mini trebuchet. It is interesting. Apparently there used to be a kind of thing of it in Sheffield of people making custom bikes, and then that just sort of went away. But when I was in Copenhagen in Denmark, there was a very big like custom bike type machines culture, and a lot of people that would just have a bike with like a big box in front.
It's too deep here.
I'm kind of interested in that. Oops. Or even just a 4-wheel bike. Or maybe even 3-wheel bike, right? Okay, I got 10. That might be enough to win. Stop shooting. Oh, it's gonna be the other guy though, isn't it? Oh shit, no, it is him. Okay, I just need to stand in the way of him so he can't shoot. Am I annoying you? Am I annoying you? What's the matter? Can't hit those logs?
What?
Oh, wait, hang on. Is that the same guy as... Oh, there's... Wait, is the other guy competing as well?
Another on target.
No, stop. Stop it, please.
Hell, the wind took it.
I'll take it. Oh, fuck! I didn't know that could happen. Do I win by default then? God, I get a fucking bandage on. That's realism. Here we go. Can I pull this? Someone pull this arrow out of me, please. Did I win? Make the bike out of steel tubing and pack the tubes with metal debris and concrete would probably do some damage. See, I almost feels a bit like cheating.
So, how did it go?
Well done, Henry. You've got
Yeah, I came first.
It looks like you really do know what you're doing with a bow. You're still not up to my standard, mind you.
What are your standards? Are your standards hit the log every single
I hope
time?
you'll wager them on some jumps again.
I wonder how... I leveled up. I wonder how accurate
Like to try
archers
jumps
actually
one
were.
more time.
Because I know about slingers, apparently, that they can, from like 150
jump.
meters, hit
Excellent.
parts of
So
people's
how much will you
face.
bet?
So I assume it would be something like
No
that.
half measures. What's there to save for anyway?
That's the betting over with. Now here are your arrows.
He is covered in blood. Right. This is great. Loads of archery levels, which I will need. Because I honestly, I'm almost thinking to just train Henry to the point where he just takes over Rattay and becomes the antagonist of the game. I know they won't let me do that.
No chance against me, amateurs.
Shame I can't swim.
I can't swim. That did not hit.
I've got this easy.
Only reason we stopped making bikes out of steel tubing is because we wanted lighter racing bikes. I imagine it's probably cheaper or something, right? That counted.
You've no chance against me, amateurs.
That counted. Okay. Oh, please hit. Oh, we're on a streak, which is making me worried because they all also seem to be on a streak as well. Come on. That counted. Oh, fuck. Maybe I'm actually getting good at archery. That did not count. It is now, wasn't when we started doing it. Before steel tubing mostly woods. I would be interested to ride a wooden bike. It'd probably be heavier, to be honest, because I assume it wouldn't be hollow. But like, I feel like it would like crack and break or something, right? Every fucking wooden thing I've ever encountered in my life is broken. That's not true, but you know, like fucking wooden furniture and chairs and beds and stuff is always splitting and splintering and spluttering all over the place. Oh my god, I'm doing so well. Oh, hello.
You can't draw your weapon here.
Sure I can. I'm in the middle of an archery contest. Please. Yes. You better not fucking report me. You better not report me. Oh, that's a limit bit. I shouldn't do that. This is history. 12. There's no way they can beat me. I missed. Almost all made of pine. Pine's not that... Oh, you're talking about furniture. Oh, yeah, because it's pine grows really fast. I think, basically. Easy to grow a lot of it. Oh, I think that hit.
I can't go any further. The current could sweep me to my death.
Sweep me to my death. 13. That one somehow didn't hit anything. Yeah, 14! Beat that, fuckers. It seems like it just ends when I run out of arrows. Because that one of those guys has 13 arrows left. Although he's... Yeah, I know. pick this up. I have a weird feeling, like the reason they don't show you your reticle with the bow is because it's moved. Because I notice I can't pick up flowers by looking at them the same way. And it's making me think maybe, oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. It's making me think maybe because the reticle's like on the left-hand side. I didn't mean to do that.
Damn, missed.
Are we done yet? Yay! And all the peasants did mysteriously disappear. No one does the upkeep on furniture anymore, so it's almost all disposable. Yeah, it's interesting. There's this whole thing of like,
How did it go?
rich people get
Well done.
non-disposable stuff, poor
first.
people get disposable
Looks
stuff.
like you really
But I was
the bow.
reading things. People were talking about like that's not even the case anymore.
pretty
Even
good
rich
effort.
people's stuff
Here
is
are your
like
winnings.
all
I
disposable
hope you'll wager
essentially
them
as
on
well.
some jumps again. Farewell.
Because capitalism. Right. Pick up some flowers. Picking flowers. What time is it? How long are we streaming? 3 hours? Okay. Might end fairly soon. I'm still not up to full speed energy. Honestly. And I want to make some... I really want to make some seaweed rice. I'm actually really excited about that. Because my best friend Zara gave me a bunch of these like packets of seaweed. They're supposed to just be eaten as a snack, but honestly it's not quite dry enough for me, which is weird because I normally don't like dry food, but dry seaweed is great. It's sort of like mostly dry. I don't really know how else to describe it. I mean, that sounds kind of bad, but you know, it's tasty stuff. Love seaweed. It's fairly good for you, I think. And of course it goes well with rice. I think it's also because it's not so dry. Because if it was completely dry, it wouldn't fold or bend. I think it's also intended for like making little sushi and stuff. And while I do technically have a sushi roller, it's just a bunch of bamboo sticks. You know, what I really want to get is something I've seen. It seems to be mostly Eastern Russians and Korean old women will have this thing where it's like a folder and it like folds stuff into a sort of rectangle and you put seaweed around it. That stuff looks very handy and useful and delicious. I love anything that's like a bite-sized thing to eat. I wanna make that. I wanna learn to do that. Or just own it. Yeah, it's like having a garlic press or something. Yeah, you can chop garlics into tiny pieces, or you can just fucking shove it in a garlic press and go and it's amazing. Although I did buy this garlic that was like really, really big pieces of garlic, so they wouldn't really fit in the garlic press. And you know, it's a fine garlic press. It's great. It's the best kind of garlic press, but it is a little bit. It can get a little bit misaligned if it's a big piece of garlic. It's like, oh, what a fucking issue to have. My garlic's too big. Smash it with a knife. It doesn't make it small enough for me, because you still get like garlic skins or something, I assume. Garlic press is beautiful because you chop the bottoms off, and maybe you chop the tops off as well because they get little green bits in them, and you just put it in, you crush it, you just keep doing that, and if you get any leftover skin, you just put it back in, you crush it again, and maybe scrape it off the bottom with a knife, and there you go. It's pureed. It's brilliant. Where is my torch? Where is my torch? Henry. Like to mince garlic. Find it relaxing to cook, especially the mincing. I have never had the skill, the dexterity, the knowledge, or the knife to be able to like actually properly mince something. Or if you mean like chopping it. Also, I get tired so easily. Like, I can cook fairly well if I'm just sort of like almost like improvising it or whatever and going, oh, this will be good, and like this is how to do this. It'll take me hours, which I think is probably a sort of like partly a brain processing thing, or like an ADHD thing or something. But then also, you know, chronic fatigue and stuff like that. So if I cook like proper, you know, that's a good portion of the energy for the day and potentially the week. If I could, I don't know. I mean, sometimes you do something enough, you start to get into a habit. It becomes easier. Like it used to. It was such an uphill struggle to get to the point where I was like showering basically every day and brushing my teeth every day, and like that sounds so basic, but like it was it was a whole lot. And also like depression and stuff. You don't think that you can do stuff, and then sometimes you genuinely can't do stuff. But that's now become enough of a habit that it's not so much of an effort anymore. But there'll still be days. I also prefer large chunks of garlic in things. Again, it depends what I'm making, I suppose. I tend to prefer not to do that just on the basis that it doesn't sort of cook the garlic enough. Like stuff doesn't get garlicky enough. You just end up getting like intense little bits of garlic, which don't get me wrong is delicious, but also I don't know. I made a really good. That's why you add a lot of garlic. Yeah, I don't know. There is a point. It's really hard to get to, but it depends how you do it. Where you will just get like a load of garlic at once, and it's a bit much. But I've added humongous amounts of garlic to stuff before, so comfrey. Last week, I wasn't sure what I could make to eat. I'm trying to remember what it was that came up. I had pasta and I had lemons, and I found garlic. I found I found like an oxo cube or something, and I did find beans as well. And I had like thyme, so I had like a lemon thyme bean pasta. And it was just for like trying to find stuff, basically use anything that was left in the kitchen. It turned out so good. Like genuinely, I'm like, oh, I maybe cook this again, you know. But yeah, garlic's good. I really had to fight to get anything of flavor in my parents' household, and I don't know. I feel like that's maybe instilled this like taste. I don't know. Flavors and tastes are so exciting to me. That's like just a persistent thing. I love to eat nice food, and I know everybody does, but like I like really do. Hi Master Nan, good to see you. Thank you for the tiny wizard hello. Talking about food, playing Kingdom Come Deliverance. We've been training Henry's archery level up, gathering more plants. I'm slowly working towards this plan of making Henry like a, I was gonna say a sleeper agent, but in the sense of he's gonna make everyone go to sleep because he's gonna shoot them with arrows of sleeping potion on them so that he can get into Rattay. I don't know. I've made the game so much more ridiculous for myself than I needed to, but at the same time, I actually am really enjoying it. I actually am really enjoying that I've done that. I like a challenge in video games. But I'm also a very big advocate for people playing on whatever difficulty they want. I can't remember, I think it was like for Fallout or something. Or maybe it was Chivalry. I basically had someone approach me that was like, yeah, people who play on the hardest mode are like the superior people. And I was like, what are you talking about? No, like, oh, I hate all those, you know, people that play on easy. And I'm like, no, well, for a lot of people, it's like an access thing, right? Like, they may just not have the fine motor skills. It's a game is a leisure thing. It's for fun, you know. If people want to challenge themselves, then they can, and that's great. But I'll never act like I'm superior for putting the difficulty high. I do that because I like to suffer, you know, in a video game setting. It's not about being better than other people. Because the other thing is, like, what's difficult for me is not necessarily going to be difficult for someone else. So someone playing on easy, that could be harder for them than me playing on the hardest difficulty. So if we're going to say, oh, you're superior because it's more of a challenge, you know, I don't know. Hope the move went well. Yeah, it was a lot of pushing stuff back and forth in a Tesco trolley, which is very physically exhausting in a way that I'm surely gonna suffer for in the next week or so. It kind of sucked at first because I didn't have a bed, so there was just like a backup mattress here that I was sleeping on. But fortunately, my old housemate gave me his old bed, which is much nicer. So, way comfier. There's other things like the shower water smells funny. There's 2 showers here. I don't want to say too much about the layout of the house, but there's 2 showers and both of the water coming out of both of them smells funny, and that kind of made me feel like, oh, it's a little hard to adjust being somewhere and you feel like you're stinky. I don't know. I can't really smell it on me. At least I don't think I can. What is this fun you speak of? One thing your parents were always confused, and your mom got annoyed with, was how you'd cover everything in salt or pepper. What I didn't like at cooking. Then took me to the city to see a doctor. It turns out I taste about 30% of what other people taste. Also, both salt and pepper bring out flavor. Salt especially is very key to bringing out flavor. Like there's things I think it's medically proven that there's things that you taste better with salt. Or like your taste buds become more receptive or something like that. I mean, I guess if you were like fucking like over and over and over for like 5 minutes, maybe they would be like, huh. But yeah, it just goes to show parents shouldn't be insecure. Because there's probably a reason for whatever's happening. Hi, Weebix. I just realized that was you. Sorry. I don't know why I didn't read your name. For some reason in my head, someone else said that. I'm very sorry. It's good to see you. I think I remember you saying that you were like away or something. I don't know if you were like on holiday or something. Although I did see you in other streams. It's great to see you. We are playing Kingdom Come Deliverance. I am picking flowers because I actually really like it. And I know it's maybe not how the game's supposed to go, but we're building to that. We're building to a stronger Henry. He doesn't seem to be tired, so I assume the flowers must respawn, right? I can't remember if I actually read that was the case. It probably would be better to go further out into the world. Today has done a lot to recharge your social battery. That's great. So I did discover, because I have BPD, and I talk about it a lot because I'm also discovering what that means. I assumed it was just, oh, you have trauma, but it's like there's lots of complex and subtle ways. I'm learning a lot about myself, to be honest. I think 30 is a great time to know who you are. And obviously being trans and stuff. And even learning, I've been learning stuff about like dysphoria. Like it was really interesting to me to learn that as far as we can tell, being trans is just your brain goes, I would like these hormones, and your body goes, here's the other hormone, and you go, ah, and it causes you suicidal depression. But the really interesting thing is cis people who take other hormones, if they were to do hormone replacement therapy, would get dysphoria. And I'm like, oh, okay, so like I know it's real, but like that really kind of sends home how it's just like, you know, it's just a sort of, it's just like a physical thing, right? And then there's also interesting stuff that goes to show that like it's not just a binary thing either. The way that people's brains work when they're non-binary is apparently a kind of like a mosaic mix of the two. I'm not fully binary. I'm like mostly binary. That's more of like gender fluidity than anything. Yeah, no, it's really interesting. There's the reason that fascists are so interested in burning any information about trans people and telling lies all the time is because it really is actually quite simple. Like if you applied that to something else, right? Like people needing wheelchairs, and then you went, oh, these sick freaks are pretending to walk or whatever, and you know, like if you use this, if you not that I encourage people to do that, but just as a thought exercise of something that we've established is, you know, if you're a human being, that there are people with a need, and that's something that helps them with that need, right? Like just as straightforward as that, and then applying that to things that people have said about trans people, and just seeing actually how ridiculous it is, that we're ascribed this intent for the things that we do. And it's very easy to get into that thinking as well, especially because like your identity as a person is not just like your behavior and your personality. Like it goes into your tastes and your interests, and that includes sexuality or lack of sexuality or whatever, you know. But because all these things are moralized and they go, yeah, well, they're all it's basically one. Whenever there's anything that's like, oh, trans people are this, and the entire NHS is going to bend around that idea, it's always because of one fucking poorly done study. The idea that trans people are like sexual deviants, which like what the fuck does that even mean anyway? It's literally just one study with a guy who would throw out all of the information that didn't match what he wanted, or this idea that transition is dangerous and can cause deep vein thrombosis is based on very specific circumstances with very specific people, and actually, if anything, the opposite is true. I'm learning all this stuff about. I've been reading this thing called the Gender Dysphoria Bible, basically, which I've linked in Discord, and I very strongly recommend not just trans people read it, but cis people as well, because there is a lot of information in that even I was finding like, oh, I didn't know that. That's changed the way that I thought about that. That's changed my understanding of that. Like, what is it? What is another? There's physical and mental difficulties that I have as a person that I assumed were unconnected to any of this stuff that are connected to dysphoria, and I'm like, what? Like, your body has the hormone balance of your average cis woman. There is I remember seeing something like trans women on transition have more biologically in common with cis women than they do with cis men, because your body kind of has the blueprints for like a lot of different things, right? Like taking stuff that helps me produce hormones is literally just going to the part of my gene that's prepared for that and saying, hey, do this. Always been into the Warhammer 40k. Still like Transformers. You've always hated football. Nice. I wasn't sure if that was connected to something. I always hated football. I don't know. I hate football less when I see marginalized people get to do it. I like that women's football is becoming more of an established thing. That's making me hate football less. But I have always seen it as a very patriarchal thing, or often very racist thing. But then there's also times where, more so recently, where it can be actually quite strongly anti-racist in ways that other things aren't, and that's kind of surprised me. Obviously, there's loads to do. There's loads more to do. So I linked that last night. Gave it a read this evening. Nice. You actually done some blood work and paperwork to see if you might be intersex biologically. Makes sense for some medical stuff. Yeah, intersexuality is... it wouldn't be sexuality, intersex... It'd just be intersex. Being intersex is a lot broader than people think. Like, for example, if you have polycystic ovaries, you are intersex. That is a type of being intersex. The Gender Dysphoria Bible also goes into a bunch of that stuff. There's loads of like chromosomal stuff. Lady Gaga is intersex, for example, because of chromosomes. Stuff doctors have noticed about me. Yeah. Everybody's bodies are different, and it's very interesting. Obviously, there's similar things. Medicine's an interesting thing because there's a lot about like defining what would seem undefinable. Well, I think I was originally talking about BPD, wasn't I? What was I saying about BPD? Shit, what did I learn about BPD? I don't remember. Oh, about like social stuff. So apparently there is a thing of like it's very difficult for me to be alone, which I didn't know was a thing, especially because I've spent so much time of my life being alone. That's weird. But like genuinely, once I started going out a lot because I had the confidence to because of laser hair removal, which I funded through my stream, which is well not really through my stream, but through my connections that I made from my stream, which is amazing. I did find this like this real need to be out like every day that I could be, and I still have that feeling, and I want to keep that up. Not in an unhealthy way. I could see how I could make it unhealthy, but then how unhealthy is socializing? Thank you for the lick. You have to mute tab. Gonna have a pre-stream moderator video call. Nice. Mike's been leaning toward femboy and the like. Yeah. Alright, I lost my train of thought there. What was I gonna say? BPD. I don't know. But yeah, no, I'm learning a lot about myself. Even after I thought I knew myself quite well, I'm still learning and like having lots of revelations and being like, oh, that's why. And the other thing, I think I was talking about earlier in the stream as well, consistently finding things of like, no, the reason that this was so difficult was because it sucked. It's like, it's not because you're, you know, a greedy or lazy person or you're mean or vindictive or abusive or anything like that. It's like, if you put people in uncomfortable situations, like it's gonna affect them. Wonder if your social battery is more similar to mine, where rundowns when I'm in non-social situations recharges in them. I mean, that's supposed to be the stereotypical description of extrovert, but I don't think that introvert and extrovert exists, because it seems to me that everybody that self-describes themselves as an introvert is someone that suffers with anxiety. And I don't know, I've started to adopt, and I think streaming honestly has a big part to do with it, just because of almost like practicing speaking that I guess people who maybe had a better social life would get to do naturally. So, but there is this sort of push, this drive to be confident in social situations that feels empowering. And I'm able to lean on the ways that I like to be nice and kind to people to sort of like, to drive that to the point where like people are saying, oh, I wish I had your confidence. And I'm like, but I've never, I guess I never know myself as a confident person, but that's what's happening. That's what's becoming of me. Obviously transition is such a huge part of that, but also escaping my parents. I keep planning it. I keep planning speaking to them. I think I know how I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go to their house and I'm gonna say, hello, you haven't seen me for a couple of years and I want us to discuss this, but it's gonna be difficult because there's gonna be lots of ideas that you don't like. We're gonna go at your pace, and then if it gets too much or if people get a little shouty, I'm gonna leave, and then I'm gonna come back later, and I'm just gonna steadily walk them through some stuff, I think. Because, you know, for their benefit, but like largely for my benefit. Because I think that one of the most difficult things, and you know, maybe it won't work out, but I'm determined to try. I know I don't owe them anything, but it still seems like kind to try. And I guess I have, you know, lots of feelings and thoughts about it. But like them not understanding and refusing to understand as to like the damage that they have done, ultimately comes back to them not looking after themselves. So they'll behave selfishly because they don't want to behave selfishly, if that makes sense. Because I guess their mental health or like disability or whatever is like a shameful thing to their generation. You know, they've not looked after or attempted to understand their own needs in a way that I feel like I'm doing fucking great at. They're like almost 60, or I think my mom is over 60. I don't actually know their ages. She's being closer to 70. I guess really, I don't want them to die and not understand what went wrong, or like have a chance to improve themselves and live healthier. And then I guess there's also the thing of if they're being nice and understanding and they're like working on themselves, then I guess I would want them to be around for longer. I guess. I don't know. I got lots of complicated thoughts. Introverts and extroverts, as I understand from talking to a friend who is a psychologist, introverts and extroverts are real, just poorly understood by the general public. Okay. If that's the case, I feel like I've become an extrovert. I don't really need to be away from people to recharge. Sometimes, I guess, if I've been out and it's like busy or whatever, I feel like now I recharge so much from social interaction. I've been to events, you know, that were dances or whatever, just to talk to people, honestly. There was another event where like there weren't any tickets left, although it seems like a lot of people bought tickets that didn't show up, which is weird. Probably because they would been a big event the night before, I guess. Or they didn't know it was still on. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. But so I was just content to sit outside and talk to people that came outside to like smoke or whatever. There was enough people that I would always kind of know somebody. But I did eventually get a ticket for free, so that was nice. People who sit at the party and just chill on the sidelines, enjoying the social situation, finding it energizing as an extrovert. Yeah, I've become that person. Person being intensely social, but expending a lot of energy to do it. Need to take some time to recharge after as an introvert. I mean, I'll also be intensely social, but I'll feel invigorated by it, and I'll not want it to end. But I don't know, maybe that's complicated. Do you find social situations recharging or draining? I mean, there's some people do need more energy than other people, and I don't mean that as like a negative, right? I think people who are not very patient or understanding might say something like as ungenerous as that, as might say, oh, you know, this person's really hard to deal with. But like, some people do need more attention and care, because that's just the way, that's just how the shape that they are, right? So like, I don't know, if I'm doing a lot, if I feel like I'm doing a lot, or if I'm, I don't know, maybe moving out of my comfort zone, or if I'm like looking after someone, you know, it doesn't, the first thing I thought about was childcare. You know, it doesn't have to be like that, but that's a similar thing, right? Children are not bad because they tire you out, but it does take energy to make sure that their needs are met and stuff like that. So I can definitely see myself getting tired from that. And there are some people that are easier to sort of deal with, I suppose. I'd say such situations intensely recharging, find solitude to be super draining. I used to find it really... I used to like to be alone, but I think that was because everything that wasn't that really sucked. The people that like, even my friends, I did not have good friends. I have really good friends now. Not many, especially not outside of Twitch. I would like to get more. And I am getting more. That does seem to be an ongoing project that's successful. But like, I didn't have good friends. Most of the time I would only be able to talk to my like parents or like my sibling, and I like my younger sister. She's good to have a long chat with. But also yeah, it would get to a point where it was like, I don't know, we've talked about everything. We've talked about everything. We've talked about Disney's park structure 100 times now. I I don't know, we had some good conversations. But yeah, no, it was just everything was draining. I think about it so much. It's so weird because like I talk about like how I've been in like a cult before and stuff like that, and it's like, how do you even get into a situation like that? And it's like, because of everything else that's happened before, right? Like if you're in an environment where what you believe to be true is constantly being questioned by like insecure people, it's gonna make it hard for you to rationalize, and it genuinely did. And all it really got me into was this state of like not believing I could do anything, and like not believing anything is possible. So it's been very empowering to learn just how many things are possible. It's not, stuff's not necessarily easy. Like I still have to push myself for a lot of stuff, especially when I wake up. But I've been getting very broken sleep lately. Like I've been sleeping when I want to, but I'll keep waking up. So I don't feel like I'm getting proper REM cycle sleep, and I'm not really sure how to fix that, other than staying up all night and sleeping through the day. And it does make me wonder if that's my brain is just like that. I have heard that neurodivergent people sometimes don't produce proper like melatonin, so that can be a thing. But I feel like I had melatonin at one point and it didn't do anything, or at least I didn't notice it doing anything for me. So I don't know. Nothing has ever really helped my sleep. Potentially progesterone apparently can help you sleep. I haven't noticed any difference with that either. Pick these flowers. There we go. Even if it's just you and a friend chatting, you find it immensely recharging. Pandemic was super bad for you by a month and it stopped being able to... Yeah, no, I somehow essentially was not locked inside, but just like financially and socially the situation was I couldn't go anywhere, and I lost so much of my like ability to move, really. Which I guess probably was like depression, but like I really like I couldn't even really walk down the street without help, which now is not so much of an issue. It seemed very mood dependent, but yeah, no, it was so bad, and I was like locked inside all the time, and I wasn't going to any event because I just did not want to give anybody COVID. It just seemed like everyone was getting COVID, even when they were being careful at stuff, and it's a little upsetting because there were specific social things that happened in the height of the pandemic. It's at to the point now where like it doesn't seem like I need to wear a mask anywhere, because even the GP surgery was like, there is COVID, people are still getting it somehow. But it does seem like it's that low that even the most cautious people probably don't need to be as cautious. But when it wasn't like that, there were still social events happening, and I feel weird because I'm like, well, were these people therefore spreading COVID, or were they just taking enough precautions that it was fine? I guess if everyone gives like test results and stuff, but then there's always people who don't and cheat that and stuff. I don't know. I got weird mixed feelings of that. According to your therapist, by month 3, you apparently disassociated near constantly. Not sure how much you trust her on that. Why would you not trust her? What reason would she give you to not trust that? I mean, it's hard to tell when you're, I guess, super disassociated from reality, because you'll think things and you'll think, yes, I believe those because I think them, and therefore they must be true. And I think a lot of that about that with self-esteem, certainly. It's weird. It's good. But it's so weird, like the fucking difference. Even within, and I think transition is probably been the most effective thing about this. But the difference in how I feel, and like the difference in the way that I think, and like how optimistic I am, and like how adventurous I feel, and stuff. I'm still a little bit like, I think that the summer has, because of the sun and being able to go out and stuff, that's probably helped a lot. In a way that it's not gonna be when summer ends, I guess.
I feel quite hungry.
But don't know what being disassociated feels like, but I don't know. It felt more like I was dead and shambling about a zombie. It sounds kind of like that. He doesn't have any food unless he's got honey, but I think you're supposed to. Honey's good for other stuff, I think. I mean, you know, if you feel emotionally detached. Again, I'm not a therapist, so anything I say is just me guessing, basically. But yeah. I mean, the thing is, realistically, depression is a disassociation from reality, right? Kinda, because you'll be like, ah, the world is a miserable place, which is, I guess, objectively not true. The world is everything. It's good and it's bad. It's nothing and everything. It's random. But then I suppose if you genuinely are in a miserable situation and you're depressed, then that is objective reality. Wasn't just emotionally detached by the point you're mentally checked out. Yeah, you know, just fucking burnt out, which I think I was as well. There's some stuff, there's loads of stuff that like approaching people and talking to people and stuff that I'm like, I'm up to what I feel is like pretty close to being healthy. But there are a few things where I have to sort of like I know I don't know, I'm checked out and I need to use the good growth that I've made mentally in some areas to sort of help me build in the other areas where I may be like struggling a little bit. I have a better friendship with my best friend, I'm thinking. Although they also kind of went through a similar situation in that their living situation was really bad. And like, it's so tricky. Some of the people in like the worst situations are some of the nicest people. And it's a kind of mix of like a healthy niceness and then a sort of unhealthy like selflessness. Because their self has been undermined so many times by their situation that they're kind of like, oh, you know, like see the other person's perspective way more than they need to. Sometimes you do just need to say, no, this is bad and needs to stop. So there was a whole thing of like, you know, it didn't seem like they really understood just how bad things were for them and how much that was affecting their mental health. And it is bad for you to think things that you don't believe, right? To try and see the sort of like, no, it's okay, you know, like to think like that. That is bad. It does cause issues. It is bad for you. It's traumatizing. There's a lot that's traumatizing. That's something I have to think about a lot as well, because it's like a slow push for things to get into a social situation, but also like people were stuck inside and stuff, you know. It's like for a long time, me especially. So that, and then there's almost like people coming out of the woodwork that, like, again, like me, they'd never had a good situation. So for some of the social stuff, it's like for the first time. But I have to keep remembering that everybody's been through a traumatic situation. So there's loads of stuff where people are not reacting a way that would make sense necessarily. People are quite jumpy about certain things. Generally, I mean, at least in queer circles, with some exceptions, it does seem like people are being very giving people space and stuff. Like there was a situation where I was listening to some music, basically some live music that was done in such a way it made certain sounds that started to sort of trigger a panic attack in me. So I just said to my friends, like, I need to go stand outside for a bit, and they were all fine with that. And then, you know, someone else came to see if I was fine, and, you know, we had a little conversation about that, and I was like, you know, that felt very healthy and supportive. And you know, I don't know if like pre-pandemic people would have necessarily been that way, so that's good. But it's a thing I have to keep reminding myself when someone reacts a little bit too strongly. I think we need to be forgiving with people anyway, especially with mental health and neurodivergence of any kind, right? Like it's not necessarily going to align the way that we expect, but like especially with that. So you kind of did the same things every day. Ended up getting a therapist in mid 2022 because your boyfriend lost it with you because apparently you went a month without saying a single thing and said you see a therapist. Yeah, that seems fairly serious. I'm too chatty to not say stuff, I guess. I don't know, but then I suppose I've also been through phases like that now that I think about it. I think I need to find some kind of professional help about my hate attack when I got punched and insulted, and it was generally quite traumatic. I feel like I dealt very well with the shock of it, but there is definitely something that's like not settled with me about it, and also kind of in the situation. I think I was maybe being less safe with myself than I necessarily needed to be, and I'm like, well, that's obviously, you know, that's the like the deep-seated stuff, but like I do need to find something for that, and I don't even know, because I always was seeking mental health support all the time through official channels, and there never was anything. Everything's a waiting list, and then the stuff when you actually get there is just nothing. So like, I don't know. I need to for so many things. Like I've been using streaming as often a sort of therapeutic thing to talk about stuff, especially more in recent times as I've felt safer and I felt more like I have control over it to talk about stuff. So it's been good. But you know, I think I need someone to get in there a little professionally and I don't know, tell me some revelationary stuff or whatever. But I don't know. There's also this thing of like private therapists not always helpful. And I don't mean like, oh, they give bad advice or something, but there does seem to be this tendency with quite a few people to get validation from the therapist, which is cool, but sometimes like, I don't know, I almost like too much validation. That's not what I mean. It does seem, I've seen with some people where like they'll be worried about something and they'll talk to the therapist about it, and the therapist will say, oh yeah, that's bad, and they'll interpret that as, well, the therapist is on my side, therefore I'm right about the situation, and then they'll go and interact with that situation with this kind of like a surety. Because I've had a couple of interactions with people where it really did seem like they went off to private therapists and they came back with like a strong opinion about something that really needed some nuance. I don't know if I'm saying anything that makes sense. These are like two circumstances, right? It's such a generalization to say, but I have heard people talk about it before and say, being affirmed is not the same as being right, and it's important to know that. Or there's a thing of like, therapists try not to use therapy speak too much, because often people will latch onto it and then start using it in their sort of like day-to-day. That's kind of how like, you know, the Gaslight Girl Boss thing is sort of making fun of how much people started just saying anytime that someone was disagreeing with someone that they were being gaslit, and it's like, it's not as, you know, like every time they had a conflict with someone that was abuse, and it's like, it's not as, it can't be as straightforward as that. It just isn't. You've never been non-verbal, according to Mom. Teaching me to talk was easy and teaching you to regulate was the hard part. And apparently I went in time up without saying anything. To both, I believe, a boyfriend. I might have genuinely gone in time up without saying a single word. Isn't that called like selective mutism or something? Or is that something else? Because I know a streamer that has that as a tag and talks about it a little bit. Most part, your therapist has been good. A few occasions you poorly ignored her advice. You know, I think that could be healthy depending on what that is. It's important to get a therapist that is gonna be understanding and connected to you and your identities and potentially your marginalizations and stuff like that. I know it's a big issue with black people getting white therapists and then them not having a proper understanding of sort of like racial trauma and things like that. You know, I know somebody else who's transmasculine managed to get a therapist who was a trans man, and I'm like, oh, that's so good. You know, because they'll be able to, they'll understand that they'll be able to talk about these things that generally it seems like practitioners of all kinds of medicine have no knowledge about, which is so like, I don't know, if I worked in medicine and I found out there was stuff I didn't know that was relevant to my field and treating people, I wouldn't wait to learn about it in the hospital or whatever. I would be researching it myself, so at least I had a customary understanding of it. I'm talking mostly about being trans and how the medicine world seems to work. The medicine world. The medicine world. The mainstream medicine world keeps denying my poop magic. The medicinal properties of poop. A lot of the history of medicine was, this didn't seem to do anything. What if we added poop? Honestly. Like a lot. There's things that can cause a reaction in the body, which can then lead to healing, which is not necessarily the same as healing. These plants seem like they should be picked. What are these, clovers? You think we see a 4-leaf clover? No. I think a 4-leaf clover is supposed to, like, it's like a mutation or something. Like if you see a bunch of 4-leaf clovers, it's like, oh, is there a problem with the soil here? I don't know. What would cause a mutation in a clover? Therapist is a semi-young Indian woman. She's for the most part awesome, but sometimes advised I do things and I've ignored her less than 24 hours later. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know to comment. I mean, doctors have told me to not smoke, and to be honest, like, I haven't smoked in a while, and I still cough like a smoker, and I'm like, oh, I really shouldn't have smoked so much. Really need to look into alternatives for that, because that seems bad. Also, I'm like a hypochondriac as well, so any symptom of anything, any feeling, I'm like, uh-oh. Right, we need to get Henry back to the town, I think. He's still got his torch out. Well, I think is it evening or morning? I have no idea. Right, pick up these plants. Start to make our way back to the town, I guess. Have we leveled up that much? Main level 3. Ooh. What's Wanderer? Oh. What's Fist? Age level 2. Bandages are more effective. You can also apply your healing skill in dialogues. That's interesting. We'll look at that later. What herbalism? Oh, there's not really anything else I can get from herbalism, it seems. Your horse has enough fragrant herbs in the saddlebag, it will shy less. Okay, let's get it. There we go, we have every single herbalism perk. Incredible. What level is our herbalism? Our herbalism's level 20? Wait, what's my strength level then? 3. 8, no, 8. Oh, does that mean we can get Headcracker? Yes, we need that. Holy shit, I didn't realize my herbalism was so high. That's not that difficult to do. That's like 2 streams. Hi, Mr. Normal. Good to see you. As a former smoker for any years, I can say it could take months, even years, to fully recover it. Hi, Ange. Oh, everyone's coming in now. We've been... something that's been happening a lot with Kingdom Come Deliverance in the last 2 streams is I've been picking flowers and we've been talking about mental health, and it seems to be a good time to me anyway. Yeah, no, it's just it's it's always like a like there's like a deep cough. I think it is just all of the fucking resin or whatever in my lungs shifting. I imagine if we put me upside down and had me do a few good hacks, there'd probably be something come out. The issue I have is just that smoking is so accessible. Like literally, you know, well not necessarily as quickly as that. Where other stuff is like not so much. But smoking weed has been so helpful to me. It's been so useful. I do need to get off it because I ended up smoking so much as just to deal with how traumatic everything was going with streaming. And you know, also like I'd come out of so many traumatic situations as well, and it was like at first it was like, oh, I'll just do this for a bit, and then I got kind of in a thing of like, oh, I can't actually. I almost like it's not like addiction so much, but I don't know. I imagine it's sort of contributes to it, where it was just like I kind of can't deal with not having this like mental space to be able to be away from these things, right? Brain functions better as a smoker. We got to a point where body started saying no. And there's nothing other than coughing. Oh, Marcus Keeley! Hello, everybody. Hello. Welcome. I'm a big fan of Marcus Keeley. And I'm sure many of you are also aware of me. I am Rosie. My pronouns are she, they. I am a trans woman and a streamer, and most of my lipstick has come off in the process of streaming. Just for you, Marcus, I'm gonna put some lipstick back on. We've been talking about mental health whilst playing Kingdom Come Deliverance, and we've been picking loads of flowers. Why is that not working? There we go. It's not really sticking to my lips the way I would like. My ring light is dead, so my makeup looks different. Everything's a mess, but it's hello, welcome. It's really good to see everybody, and thank you so much for the raid. Genuinely, I think I have to give you a shout out, right? That's the right thing to do, Marcus. With a C. I know this. I know how to spell your name. Yeah, there you go. Playing Resident Evil 2. Were you doing Resident Evil 0 for a bit?
I could do with a bite to eat.
Yeah, because you were almost doing like a. Oh wait, shit! I'm mixing. You did Resident Evil with a randomizer. I remember that. That seemed interesting. I'm kind of interested in that, and I'm sort of like my interest in Resident Evil is like middling, but doing things in a challenge way and stuff I am very interested in. Thank you very much for the follow. Loz154, thank you. Randomizer again. Took a few seeds until you got one that wasn't impossible. That sounds like a lot of fun. I'm playing on the hardcore mode in Kingdom Come Deliverance. Now, you might say, why would you do that when it's your first time playing Kingdom Come Deliverance? Your first playthrough. And I just like suffering in video games. There's just something, I don't know. It makes me feel like I have control over my life. No, I don't know. I like the challenge. I'm not a difficulty supremacist or whatever. I think people can play on whatever difficulty they want, and that doesn't mean anything good or bad. No, I do. I really like the sort of like the severity of the challenge, right? Like you really have to get your practical thinking hat on to be able to work through things. So for example, I have managed to piss everyone off in the town of Rattay so much that even if I turn myself in and go to jail, they will still try and kill me. So, but I discovered that you can pick flowers and it raises your strength level. And then there's also like an archery thing you can do. So my plan is to make 1,000,000 sleeping potions and then archery everybody. Night Siege, it was great to chat with you. I'll see you later. Thank you so much for being here. So I'm going to make 1,000,000 sleep potions, and then I'm just going to bow them into all the guards, because I can't even do the main quest. It's been such a challenging run. And again, first time I've ever played it, but I'm enjoying it. Honestly, the flower picking up actually enjoying quite a lot because there's so many flowers. It's not like there's just a couple. It's like almost, I mean, not that, but like that and that and that I can see, I can pick up, and that's actually been really therapeutic. But I did just move into my new place. This is the first stream of the new address. This is the first time I've ever streamed anywhere that wasn't that address, other than test streams that nobody watched and didn't work. So it's weird because the whole desk is mostly set up the way it was before, but I need to get that second monitor and stuff like that. I really got into playing Hades again. I keep going through. I'll do like month off, month on almost of Hades. I also want to maintain my skill and interest in it because Hades 2 will probably be in early access in like November, December or something like that. But I started trying to do runs of, if you know Hades, you get these god boons. I'm trying to do it so I beat the final boss with no god boons because I'm really interested to see if the game says anything about that. Hangry was always lots of fun. Thank you. That's really nice to say. That's good. Other people have been saying a lot of nice things to me recently, and it's good. I tried to store them away in my heart to remember, because then if I feel bad, I can think back. Something that I've been thinking about a lot that's been really... Oh, Triggerfy is broken, you can't get me. That's supposed to go... which is the kind of the main theme of this game.
True
hydration works though.
Takes days.
I will need to hydrate soon. I'd probably stop streaming before I need to hydrate. That's an old stream meme when someone said they're a phlebotomist, which that's already quite funny. Said that true hydration takes days, but it's good advice. You know, if you're dehydrated, it's not just from a single day. It's an ongoing thing. Still got a bit left there. Take a stretch. That counts. I'll stretch later. There's video gaming to be done. We're very slowly moving back to the town that doesn't hate Henry, that Henry's using to gain his skills. Thing is, I don't know how to get an alchemy station. Unless there's one in Talmberg. Oh, that's where that castle is, so probably not. I don't think Ravina's got anything. And then Scarlet's, I think, is on fire, so... I guess the only place to do alchemy, as far as I'm aware, is inside the town that wants to murder me, so... not sure how that's gonna go, but once I'm in there... it should be pretty good. Not really finding that many flowers to pick. I do wonder if there's a point where you just pick so many flowers the game just goes, nah, there's no more. You've caused ecological collapse. You finally did it. Good job. And we have picked, I think, several thousand flowers at this point, although you can kind of AoE pick them. But yeah, no, I've been trying to play Hades in sort of like unusual ways that aren't challenges that the game tells you to do. Because there's a lot with the final boss where he'll be like, oh, you know, you had help from this boss, this god, or whatever. I have this weird feeling like there'll be an extra voice line or something if I show up with no god's helps. Or possibly even that, if I never use a god boot, like if you still kind of, I found it's impossible to completely avoid getting them, because it almost seems like the chance of them showing up if you don't have one gets higher. You can mess the doors around, but you still end up getting them. And I want to see maybe if it's possible to just, even if I have them, to not use them, or like to only get ones that don't do anything. If I was writing an achievement, I guess. The thing is, my ideas of achievements are like so like impossible. I talked to my sister about this because she said that there is a sort of a way of crafting achievements and like expectations of players, and less and less now you'll get, unless they're a game with like loads and loads and loads of achievements, you'll tend not to get incredibly impossible things to do. Some exceptions to that is stuff like some of the Paradox games, like Crusader Kings and EU4. They'll be like, see if you get a kingdom that does this without doing this in the year this and take over this, and those are like massive campaigns that you have to keep redoing. And I guess it just kind of depends what game it is. But if I was to write an achievement for like Hades, it would be sort of like, I don't know, beat a boss without a god boon. I feel like that would be a good one. But there was also, I was streaming Fallout 4. We probably will get back to Fallout 4 at some point, because it'd be good to finish it. Where I was trying to get all the magazines, which it turns out is like playing the game 20 times over. But also making the difficulty as hard as I could, and like upping the number of enemies and upping the number of and their skills and stuff. The problem with Fallout 4 though is it does just kind of boil down to show up to an area and shoot everything and then loot everything. Whereas like even though Skyrim did a lot of cloning stuff and things being very the same, I don't know, it felt different. Maybe it's because there's different combat styles, I guess. But they did expect you to just be an archer in that game. They literally made the XP rate different so it would be easier to train. This looks like it's something that could be picked. And yet, it isn't. Hello, I'm back in the town. Wait, that guy's got the thing that looks like a dress. I need it. Oh, but I can't do crime here. What if someone discovers it? What if can I just step in? Excuse me. Please, nobody see this. Please, nobody see this. There we go. Fantastic. You think I could? You think I'd be able to get away? Actually, should I close the door? There we go. I couldn't help myself. I had to knock someone out. But I'm like, do you think if you wear stolen goods, people will be like, "Hey, that belongs to Robert. It belongs to Robbington. You robbed that from Robbington." Or do you think they would not care? Oh, see, this guy's thing kind of looks a lot more dress-like as well. If you don't know, in this game, you are not allowed to wear women's clothing, and that's just cowardly in my opinion.
Greetings.
It's empty.
What do you need?
I would like a proper bath,
Like
please.
to order something here?
So what are you interested in?
Ooh, I need to give him a haircut because, what does these do? Oh shit, that's right, my mods don't work. I did add a mod to dye his hair a different color, but I don't think any of the mods are actually working, so.
No deal.
Eastern influence. Which East? It's just bald Henry.
No deal.
I love the idea that they would shave his head off. Shave all his hair off, and then he would be like, no thanks. But that's what he already has.
No deal.
He changed his beard.
I'd like to order something here.
Order something here. Why did I level up from that? We'll just level over time. Right. What are these different beards?
What would life be?
No deal.
Maybe. Oh, that's kind of makes you think of Shakespeare for some reason. He's very into it. He's like, huh. What's we got? Bohemian Duke. Oh.
No deal.
I like the mustache. I might go back to that. Woodsman's Pride.
No deal.
I like his little baby face so I almost want to like have less beard on his face. That's what he's already got.
No deal.
No deal. Yeah, give him a mustache.
I'd like that. Thank you.
As you wish. Do you have the coin?
I mean, you already gave me a mustache,
I'm
but
not giving you that much.
And how
I'm
much are
giving you
willing to-
more.
You won't regret spending the money. I guarantee it. Take care.
Okay. Also, let's shave him bald as well, because I think mustache and bald will be enjoyable.
I'd like to order something here.
And what is it you'd like?
I would like you to rob me of my hair. Was it Battlefield Perm, I think it was called? Yeah, there we go.
I'd like that.
Look at him.
Thank you.
It's
That
like
can be
Eggman
arranged,
or
but
something.
you'll pay in advance.
What do you mean advance? Like, you already did it, didn't you? I'm confused by
I'm
that.
not giving you that much.
And how much are you willing to pay? You won't regret spending the money. I guarantee it. Been a pleasure.
Right.
Pay us a visit. It'd calm her down.
I'd like to order something.
Look at him.
So what are you interested in?
Yeah, do everything.
I'll certainly need a physician to treat my wounds. Then a hot bath and laundering my clothes.
That can be arranged, but you'll pay in advance.
I'm not giving you
Fairy
that.
Grushin's not bad for all that.
How much are you willing to pay?
Is he like a hotel and a hospital? It seems like.
You won't regret spending the money. I guarantee it.
The Leech Man! It's bring the Leech. Oh, he's sleeping. I didn't think he would. Oh, that's just how long it takes for. I mean, only a 5-hour bath. I guess I think he's having like a whole spa thing, right? Like they're whipping him with little leaves and I don't know, rubbing salt into his back or something. Right. What do I look like now? Yeah, he looks alright. Right. I'm actually gonna be right back. I'm gonna get some water. I know I said I would probably stop streaming, but I'm actually having a really good time, so I'm gonna be right back and get some water. Hello, friends. That's such a fun transition to do that. I might see if I can do that more. Just centering the camera and changing it into a different scene. Like the hell scene. That's weird that didn't load all at once. Hang on, let me try that again. Ah, it's nice. Just because of the green screen, it's like I don't know, I'm really pleased with it. And now we're in hell. Alright, let's play this video game. Right. Plenty of water. Oh, I have a little effect on me. How do I see that? Well, freshly shorn. You've used the bathhouse's services. The bench wenches. Oh, sorry. The bath wenches. The bench wenches. Thank you, Miss Normal. I'm thinking I would like to do more of them, but I'm not really sure what I would do. The hell one just seemed very funny. But literally everything that I do on this channel, when I like the main not literally everything. The main decider of if I'm gonna add something is if it's funny. Basically, like all the wizards and stuff, which I'm not sure why that's not working, but Trigger Fire is just very inconsistent. You've got enough herbs on you to make a charismatic impression. You get charismatic impression. Charismatic? I invented a new word there, I think. Get +2 charisma. That's nice. What's this resistance? Permanent +2 bonus on vitality. That's probably because of herbalism, I think. Yeah, what's our strength like? So we do have 2 perks to put into strength if we want. Blocking strikes with a shield will cost you less stamina. See, that seems like that might be useful. Tight grip. Where's mule stuff? You're able to carry 20 pounds more. That doesn't seem like that good. Dreadful. Foes will be more likely to flee from combat. See, that seems like that would be a good one. Because honestly, the thing is like, everything is so dangerous. Combat is so dangerous. I think it is anyway, but especially because of the difficulty I'm on. Then the greatest fight move is and has always been to run away. So therefore, you know, anything that ends or stops a fight is going to be a superior thing to do. I'm not actually sure where I am, to be honest. I thought it was in Lechenko, but I don't remember them having a bathhouse. Oh, it's here. Okay, I just never been in this part. I can't even know there's a whole thing here. Right, okay, so if we head in this direction, it will take us to the inn.
Lost something here?
No, I did steal your clothes though. I'm glad you don't remember that. Actually, if I put them on, remember this? He doesn't seem to care. But we did it. We have a tunic. Were we not wearing anything in that slot? So that's just a new thing that we could add in that slot. Fantastic. Dress man.
Hey!
What? Why is everyone like, hey, all the time? Why is everyone like that all the time? What's so surprising?
What in the...
Yeah, there is again. This must be some kind of glitch. Or maybe it's just like he's so conspicuous. What? It's just no one trusts him. I mean, to be fair, he was like mysteriously knocked out the same time I showed up in his town. But generally people in this town like me because I keep giving them money. Like extra money on top of purchases. I just remembered that shopkeeper guy. So I don't know, there was a there was a secondary story to this stream, I guess. You know, just the new one is the love triangle. That's not really anything's happened with that. But for a while, I kind of developed a small crush on a shopkeeper who was nice to me. But then he asked me some awkward questions about being trans, and I was like, I don't want to go back. Even though I know he didn't intend it like that, but I think maybe it's okay to deprive people of your presence if they're going to make you feel uncomfortable, to help them understand that that's not okay to do, I suppose. But I guess I moved away, so it's... Actually, the weird thing is, I think his shop is the same distance from my new place as it was my old place. Maybe it was closer to my old place, but Yeah, no, I just started thinking about him for a second. Then I realized I used to go multiple times a week, and then it's been a couple of weeks now, and I've not been there. But there's more shops that I have access to. It's a great one of my favorite things about moving is you get access to different shops and you get to learn about that and stuff. So there's a place fairly close to me, I would say. I'm so sorry that the Henry Stinger isn't working. I hope that was worth 75 points. There is a place fairly close to me that I'm excited to start shopping at, because I think they saw me when I was doing all my moving and they were like, oh, that's interesting, as a sort of like, you know, lightly interested thing. So I like to think I'll come into the shop and they'll be like, oh, you're the woman who was moving all these, you know, heavy things around. I thought there was a huge delay. No, Triggerfy just breaks a lot. I think it might be possible to add the thing into Twitch's alerts, maybe, but I don't know how free it is to use that, so I don't know. Love when you move somewhere and you get to find out all the takeaways. Yeah. Without giving it too much away about my location, there are certain streets in Sheffield that will just have a bunch of food shops on them. Pretty much any road that heads into the center of the city will start to have more of that kind of thing. It's interesting how that sort of spiders out a bit. Yeah, no, I guess there'd be access to different. I'm just trying to think what I'd be near, and also not talk about it because I don't want to dox myself. But there is places that I used to order from when I didn't live near them that I do kind of live near now. I don't know, I've been learning places in the center of the city as well. Like, there's this really nice Mexican food place I went to, which I really want to go to again. When there's, if you didn't know, there is a sort of Twitch meetup happening among people like myself, and I think Gamer Fiend, MK Minimum, Get Guggen. Those are just some of the big names. No, there's loads of people. There's people who I'm sure are bigger names in their own respective circles who are also going to this thing. Where they're coming to Sheffield in the 24th. Hang on, I need to check this. What does it actually say? A pinned message. The 25th to the 27th of August. And I think basically I can invite anybody to come along. So if you want to come along, Alpaca Whack is going to be going. I am not sure if that's a streamer or not. I don't know who that is. So that's exciting. Am I following this person? Excuse me. So that's going to be, it's going to be exciting. But I really want to see if I can get everyone to go to this Mexican restaurant. Actually, there's another place as well. There's this cool food place. It's in like the center of town, and the prices are fine. But it's like multiple different shops, but it's the same seating place, so everyone can sort of get their own thing. There's like a Thai place. There's like a Peruvian place. There's like an American place. There's a sort of a creamery as well. Creamery is such a strange term, but that is what it is. That would be pretty good to take people over to, I think. I'm not really sure how it's gonna work, because I feel like there's no one's put any of this pressure on me at all. This is entirely just self-generated. There is this feeling of like, because I live here, I should know what's good and I should be able to tell people what to do and where to go. But the thing is, I never really have had any money until fairly recently in my life, and I really do mean no money. So my concept of what to do in Sheffield is very limited, because there really isn't much to do that doesn't cost money. But there are a lot of good food places, and there's some I've been to, so, and I don't know, maybe we'll go to places. There actually, to be fair, there are some cool pubs I know. There's one place I think we'll see if we can get into. Again, it's not like I'm in charge of but I'm very excited, because I'll get to meet lots of people that I know online and stuff, right? And there's other things as well, lots of other similar Twitch meetups that happened with other streamers were like by people who were very interested in reinforcing cliques and not so much with like meeting people and, you know, sort of treated chatters as being secondary to streamers and stuff like that. And I feel like it's not like we're in competition, but I feel like us having a healthy meetup, I don't know, there's something about that. I'm not gonna really formulate my feelings on it very well. I think if I really delve into it, it's because of being ostracized by a significant part of a community that I was in, that being able to have an event with some people who are also streamers who have maybe some crossover, I do feel like it's an opportunity to show me for myself to people in person and have them judge me on that rather than based on some like secondary information. I don't know if that's a bit, you know, like, this will be an opportunity to show people I'm a good person. Though when I say it like that, that sounds very silly, but like, you know, your feelings are your feelings, right? Your hopes and dreams and I guess anxieties are valid. So that'll be good. I think I'm gonna end up having more money this month, partly because of Twitch payout, and partly also, it turns out that the government was supposed to be giving me a good deal more money than they were, so that'll probably start happening. And then there's other things like PIP and stuff which I'm trying to get, although that's basically impossible. Because yeah, no, it turns out you are supposed to, even as a minimum, live on more money than I've been living on. So I get the best of both worlds. I get all the skills of saving money, and I get the money to spend, which is going to be exciting. Because I certainly would like to have Domino's more often. That would be nice. Potentially, I could get Domino's today, but I shouldn't. Because it still is a budget. It's not as much money as to just be spending wildly, but we'll see. What are we doing? We're picking flowers again, and I did specifically have a plan. We're gonna sleep at the inn, so it saves, and then we're gonna go sneak over to Rattay and see if we can get in the alchemy thing. Because if I can do that and I can figure out how alchemy works, I think that's going to be huge. I really have no awareness of this town whatsoever. I found out from my friend, my wonderful friend, that he doesn't know how to go anywhere unless he gets a map, but it's like something he has to do every single time. And he was talking about how, oh, here we go. How that helps register more highly on stuff like PIP, because they're like, oh, you need a lot of help. Never really thought about that. I do struggle to remember names of roads and stuff, and people's names as well. I'm so bad for that. I really put a lot of effort into trying to remember people's names, but it can be very tricky. But I don't. It's not like that. It's not at that level. I feel like I probably need to look at a map maybe twice, like on 2 occasions. There's a name for that. You know how like there's dyslexia, there's this calcula. I don't know what it would be. Geography or something. Dislocatia. That sounds like you would just get dislocated really easily. I don't know. Right, where's Henry gonna wake up? In the middle of a raining field. Right, we're headed... Are we in this field? The map is often hard to read. I mean, we're headed towards the castle, which I don't think we can see from here. Oh, there's so many flowers here. I just love collecting these flowers. I guess there was that in World of Warcraft, except they would be... You know, there'd be more nodes than they would just be random flowers, and it would be like a big deal if you found one. That was, you know, that was kind of fun. Is there a name for that? Because games with collecting, usually it's like you gotta collect every single thing. It's not like this sort of... I wouldn't call it hoarding. I'm trying to think of a name for it. Gathering, I guess? Yeah, it's kind of fun. It's different from something like Minecraft. Minecraft obviously would have gathering. Oh yeah, I forgot we had a server for a second then. I need to pay for the server, actually, because they did send me an invoice. But they're pretty good about waiting for you to pay, to be honest. Sometimes they've waited months. But I've used the same service for years because it's always worked. It's always had a good connection. It's been fairly easy to solve issues with it. Oh, Kenji just went on sale. Yeah, I wanna get playing that. I wanna do some proper Minecrafting on that. Even if it's just a case of clearing some space, fixing the town a little bit, you know, that kind of thing. I don't know if anyone's really been playing on it that much, because I haven't been playing on it that much, and that tends to be how Minecraft servers usually go. Is that if you run the server, you also have to play it. Which that's a good rule for anything. If you run a game server, you gotta play it so you know what it's like.
Who's there?
Me. I'm taking all of your thistles and all of your sage. It should sound like a song. All of your thistles and all of your sage. Sounds like a medieval song. She had long hair of raven locks, took all of our thistles, and... sorry. Sucked all our cocks. I feel like they would have more innuendo in it than that if it's medieval. Medieval people love stuff like that. I'm assuming. They seem to be quite horny. This is something, right? This is an interesting area of history to me. Is the level of cultural acceptableness for horniness. Like currently we're in a downtrend because of conservative control over the fucking planet. I would say in the 90s is still recovering from Thatcher Reaganism, but like the 2000s, I feel like it maybe went up a bit with like Europop and stuff like that. Lots of horny music videos, which is not really necessarily like an indicator. Ooh, that was fancy. I hope Henry doesn't get struck by lightning. I hope that's not possible in the game, because that would be interesting. Sorry, Henry has died. He was struck by lightning. But yeah, no, because one thing that's interesting to me is how in Victorian times, in the sort of 1860s to 1900s sort of thing, even though I think that's some of that's Edwardian, is how anti-sex they got. And that's where we get Santa Claus from, because literally people at Christmas would have a big seasonal orgy, which is so funny because the term seasonal orgies was something that I had misheard from something else. I learned that this was a thing. So they made a sort of like family values Santa Claus, which is the Santa Claus we have now. You know, brings gifts for kids and toys and stuff. And he's not he's not a sex freak like you, all of you. I've been writing some stand-up about that actually, because I'm gonna do it again. It was really good, and it also, I don't know, I find it easy because there's like a writing element to it, but I don't need to learn every line of it. I can just have a vague idea of what I've written. Yeah, they took seasonal orgies from us. I would be way into Christmas if it was about being horny. Get all your friends together and explore each other's bodies together. I feel like I would be way more into it. Halloween is sort of, I think because monsters and deviancy is sort of seen as together, so therefore that can be a gateway into being sexual, I suppose. But then, British Halloween is very lackluster. Strike the kids with kiss while the adults go fight. Yeah, exactly. I think I assume it was maybe more of a sort of like, you know, like 20 to 40-year-old like culture, party culture or something. So then the fucking, so I want to know what the 1800s was like. I want to see the comparisons between how we behave today, because I think that's a big thing of history actually, is that we assume, because of the way that we read it, and a lot of that's to do with the Victorians, that some things are very much like one way and things are very prescribed and stuff. But in the same way, you know, we have some horrible bigots now that, but then they did in the past as well. They, you know, like, as much as trans rights is growing as a thing, it is still, you could get around anywhere with a bigoted opinion about trans people. You know, you could still go anywhere. Like, that's not something that's like wholly rejected. It's more something that's like rejected in progressive spaces. 1800s or something. I mean, I don't know. Like, would you have a different context? Like, we're quite clean in these days, depending on who we are and our cultural background. But in some cases, almost to like an extreme degree. So, like, would you have a different concept of what clean was? Would you feel differently comfortable in that situation? I don't know. Just purely as a human interest, like as an anthropological thing, I'm very interested in this. I think because it just goes back to sort of the way that my personality is formed, is that I like, you know, I think extra protection and interest needs to go into people who are, you know, underdogs or like have been neglected and stuff like that. But I also kind of extend that to like subjects and stuff, and because of the Victorians and conservatives in general, I don't know why they hate sex so much. Because they love people having babies. So you'd think that would be part of the process of it. I think they just hate any enjoyment of anything ever. I guess it's easier to sell the idea of, you know, authoritarianism if everybody's already miserable. Because if everybody's happy, they're not going to accept being ruled by some shithead, I suppose. But that almost seems too simple. But sometimes it is just like that. Like, I'll walk down the street and I'll just kind of think to myself, like how does a bigot work? Because I have myself at times been, like, through ignorance, accidentally, you know, racist or something like that. If you don't know, it happens. That's why it's so important to know. But I've never picked it up and used it as a weapon. I've never intentionally, you know, I've never gained comfort from that, because as soon as I learn that I've done something wrong like that, I'm horrified. So I can't understand that mentality. But the best attempt that I've done, and honestly the realization kind of came from just getting hate raided and stuff, is that it's comforting to bigots to be bigoted, because they feel powerless in the world around them, and they feel like they have control, you know, over someone who's they even themselves recognize as marginalized and has less power than them, and that they will be able to get away with behaving that way. But I don't know, I think that there is also, like, there can be conflicting ideas of that, because one of the tenets of fascism is that the enemy, whoever they choose that to be, is both incredibly weak and yet supremely powerful. So, like, you know, you have to oppose them because they're powerful and that's bad, but also they're weak and you know, all that sort of nonsense. But I think it is maybe just as simple as it's comforting to these people, especially if you know, if you already have privileges. I guess it's comforting to think that you deserve them, and that extends to other things as well, like capitalists and stuff. I'm so lost. We're in the middle of a fucking field in nowhere. I can't sprint. I just got so into picking flowers again. But I do want to go to Rattay. I'm gonna see if I can run past them. It would be an interesting time of history as an observer. The thing is, like, I think that we do often go like, oh yeah, it would be great to go to this time or whatever. I think I'm maybe near this river. Oh, it'd be great to go to Roman times because I would get to feast all the time. It's like, no, you wouldn't, because you would be unconnected to any of the nobility. You would have no class and no status. The reason, you know, everyone's like, if time traveling's real, then where are the time travelers? They're like homeless in a ditch somewhere because they got no connections and no status. Like maybe when we become a more compassionate society, we'll suddenly find loads of time travelers that previously we were just assuming were you know, people that deserved to be on the bottom class. And it's really rough to say that, but like that is what our society believes, that people deserve to be that way, because otherwise we would put a stop to it, like, wholly. Who's this guy that's just wandering around? No idea what that is. Oh, I can kind of see the town. What's he doing out here? He's got no torch. It's not even fully wearing all his clothes. Oh, he's a wayfarer. Okay. Hi, wayfarer. Oh. Okay. Never mind. Just have to chalk it up to being part of the way the game is. There's loads of flowers over here. I can't help myself. I even know I've maxed out on herbalism. I assume it's still training my strength. Because otherwise that means there's only a max I can get to. Hi Glacier, how are you doing? Good to see you. You've just reminded me about the way people were looking at me and your homeless acquaintance when he sat on the floor. Yeah, no, I mean, that was what happened when I got hate attacked, is essentially I went to sit down with someone just to check out if he was okay. There was this thing of like, because of my willingness to do that, you jump, obviously, like, I'm not put on the same level as a homeless person, but it does sort of jump you down. And sometimes, like, you know, I'll give a homeless person a hug, as I have many times. There will be people that will observe you and think that you're strange. I'm just like, come on, where's your compassion? The future of our survival as healthy people, as a society, is through compassionate means. And I think we should all be aiming for a world in which compassion dominates our modes of doing stuff. I so strongly believe that, and I feel like we're on the cusp of that, because so much of our movement is about compassion towards people who are suffering and stuff like that. So I think that's really important. Probably humanizing. Yeah, that was the thing, because the guy that attacked me was like just being awful. He seemed like he maybe knew the homeless person, so like I guess he's been bullying him or something. But he was just like telling him that, you know, the reason he's homeless is because it's all his fault. Like, this guy was in such bad shape as well. And that was the thing I objected to. That was the thing that eventually ended up me getting attacked. I should focus on that, you know, to be honest, because I've been focusing so much on like the negative feeling of it, and like obviously it was really foolish to try and start a conversation with someone who was just looking for a fight. But like, I don't know, defending the dignity of someone is important. Like, I did a good thing. I need to remember that. I did a foolish thing, but I did a good thing. I'm so lost. I could see the town, and somehow I've lost the town. I'm in some other place. I don't know. I really want to organize something. I had this kind of idea. I'm not exactly sure how it would work, but kind of like a temporary workforce of volunteers that would go and do something for a set amount of pay. Like, we would go offer our services to something, and then the money that we would make from that we would then give to like to local homeless people or something. Like I feel, because I know so many of them, and they all need money, and £30 is how much it costs for like a shelter for, I don't know if it's a week or a month or what. I think it fluctuates as well. It's really unclear. If it just get to that point, which isn't really that difficult to get, I don't have the money to do that, but like maybe I could collectively, like maybe that's something I could start. It's hard though, because my ambition for projects like that is so high, and the reality of that is sometimes so complicated. But I want to make I want to do something. And I think also if it's like, you know, the point is like solidarity and stuff like that can really move on to other things. I think you can just choose the comfort and emphasize with the person being attacked rather than confronting an attacker than the attacker. Yeah, I mean, I was a little drunk, I was a little high, so my fucking confidence was more than it needed to be. And I wasn't really thinking about the consequences, which is also a problem I have. I very struggle to see, I think chronically struggle to see the consequences of my actions before they happen. Because I don't know, like, what I was thinking, just being like, oh yeah, you know, you're an insecure man trying to find comfort in belittling those less fortunate than you. I'm gonna put you in your place by telling you that you're wrong. I'm gonna tell you, how can you say that when there's billionaires? Like, you don't already presumably love billionaires, you know. If you think homeless people are bad, and you obviously think rich people are great, like, what's that gonna do? Because then he had a need to put me in my place. There's also a thing, like, it sucks, you know, I got punched, and like there's still pain a little bit at certain angles, which I really hope that goes away. I don't want to have a permanent injury for that. And there was also this weird feeling of like, maybe I should have stayed and got hit more, but like that wasn't gonna do anything. You know, there were loads of people watching, doing nothing. I think some people were filming, but I wasn't exactly sure. I went and I looked up on like TikTok and Instagram and anything to sort of, putting in loads of search terms. Weirdly, I ended up finding someone that I met in A&E, who someone had recorded, and were like, look at this person. But I was expecting to find that for me. Maybe it exists somewhere. I'm almost tempted to say, hey, listen, were you here? Did you record this? I don't know. These are thoughts I think I need to bring to some professional. I've done as much as I can do by myself and with friend support. I think any unresolved feelings I have. There was a thing, so I went to Radical Pride, and which was like a protest march essentially for trans rights, among some other things, including sex worker rights and refugee rights and disabled rights, which is great. I think that's fantastic. The start of the march did go past where I was hate attacked, and there was this feeling inside me like I had to say something. So I stood on the exact spot, and I was like, 2 weeks and 1 day ago at this exact spot I was hate attacked and no one did anything. And it felt cathartic for like 0.1 of a second until two cis women were there who just like laughed at that. And I was like, oh, that feels very secondary school. But I think, to be honest, they're probably just shocked. I think it's probably a laugh of like shock more than an intent of belittling. But then I don't know, because there was also a lot of people initially kind of orbiting the protest, a lot of fascists. Not a lot, like probably not more than 10, but people trying to subvert it or like film us and all sorts of stuff. I remember there was this woman that was trying to hand out COVID conspiracy stuff, which I was so like, you're still hitting on that? Oh, it leveled up in strength, fantastic. Because like, surely all of your supporters are dead by now, right? From getting COVID? I just felt very sorry for them, really. But it was weird. There is this energy when people are trying to do something bad. this weird sort of like, I don't know, you feel alienated from the moment. I think that's why also there's a whole thing of like the bystander effect, right? You know, it's not normal. It's not expected for people to fight and attack each other. Like that's unusual. And but not even that. Like, it's weird for someone to try and push pamphlets onto someone that deny COVID and stuff. Like, there is this weird feeling, this weird energy to it. I remember it so strongly, and there were lots of little moments like that. Like, obviously, people wanted us to feel intimidated, or like. It was weird though, because it wasn't like people were trying to stop the protest. It was like they were trying to just insert, essentially almost like pull us away somehow, right? Because it's like, oh, I'm going to protest, and then they're like, here you go, here's some leaflets to deny COVID, in the slimmest chance that they would get one of us and then pull us down that whole fascist rabbit hole, and then get us fighting against our own interests. And like, just the thought of that is so unnerving. This is also a thing. I think people struggle to fight fascism because it does all these things, right? Like, it's constantly trying to take advantage of your good nature. It's trying to make you afraid. It's trying to make you be unable to process the truth, the really weird, I was thinking about this in the shower, the fascism is such a sort of vicious circle, because the things that fascism does upset and confuse people, and then they'll seek comfort, which may be in fascism. This is a big thing for apathy, for example. Fascists are very interested in pushing the narrative that humanity is inherently bad. But the thing is, the examples that they'll use will be fascists doing stuff. So they're in control of that whole narrative. And I always, whenever anybody says anything like, well, I hate everybody equally, I'm just like, that's like fascism. Fascists even hate themselves. They will kill everybody, but they will also kill themselves just after everybody else has been killed. Because it's you know, it's not a healthy or stable way to be. It pushes people, it traumatizes people. People in fascism get traumatized by being in fascism. It changes the way they think. It's a cycle that only gets, you know, the more that's put into it, the faster and sharper and worse that it gets. But we can't, it's weird because it's like, we have to be afraid of it in the sense of like the danger that it can commit, but we also have to be brave against it too, and recognize that so much of it is just it's just a sheet of paper, right? Like, it looks like if you hold up a fucking piece of paper like that, you think, oh my god, everything behind that must be backing it up, and it's like, no, you pierce through that and you find it's nothing. We have to be wary of it, but we also have to be brave against it, because sometimes all it takes is someone to say no about something being bad. And, you know, if I was to want to impart something that I would want everyone that watches this channel to do, it's to understand that the power that comes with defiance of bad things. And it doesn't even have to be a lot. Sometimes you can say no and get a bad reaction and leave the situation, but you still said no. Someone still, you know, sometimes it is just as simple as that. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it does take a lot of work. COVID deniers are 100% linked to racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia. They clung to it. Yeah, I mean, the first initial thing is ableism. And then a second thing is nationalism. Countries with higher rates of nationalism did worse against COVID. Italy, Britain, Brazil, India, America. I'm not so sure about Australia. New Zealand did really well, but a lot of that was down to the Prime Minister, who ultimately had to quit because of the pressures of that. But, like, she saved potentially millions of lives, unlike Boris Johnson, who potentially killed millions of people. Certainly killed thousands of people. It's hard to say the full scope of it. But yeah, no, the because there's this whole thing of like, oh well, I can't get sick. This is a similar thing. So apparently, like, healthcare is consistently worse in former Confederate states because of this belief in their own superiority that they couldn't get sick. So they're constantly sort of underfunding and defunding these things. But the important thing to recognize that a lot of people don't, particularly Democrats, is that the former Confederate states they're not just filled with like white Republicans. They just are controlled by white Republicans. So there's loads and loads and loads of people who, you know, are not allowed to vote, who are like affected by these systems all the time. There was this weird, particularly in Joe Biden's election, sort of mentality of, oh, well, you know, the poverty's bad in the southern states because they voted for that. And again, I've seen this mentality in Britain as well, that people go, oh, well, everybody voted for the Conservatives. They did not get a majority of the electorate. There are so many people who are unable to vote, who are prevented from voting. Often, that's been me. I've been dropped out of many elections because of fucking technicalities, right? That's not a democratic system. I didn't vote for Boris Johnson, but essentially that was like taken from me, right? Nobody's more opposed to him than me, you know? I genuinely, for a long time, had daydreams of assassinating him. But I just was like, that wouldn't help. That would only make things worse. And I'm a pacifist. But like, you know, it's nuance. Again, like I said, nuance is so important. But yes, basically all bigotries are aligned, because the one thing all of it has in common is supporting the idea that someone could be superior to someone else so that you can rule them and take their labor and you know, harass and abuse them and stuff like that. But it's weird because, like, you know, like I say, it's like it's a cycle. Like, the things that make people feel insecure are caused by the insecurity that's created by indulging in these sorts of behaviors. Understanding is an incredible thing, and it's another. People often will go, well, see, I'm educated, so I know better. There's quite a high tendency in middle to almost like lower upper class people, if that's a term, of being quite up to date with understanding like labor policy and having a very surface understanding of socialism. And it's weird because I remember talking to someone whose like father had a fleet of landlord properties, right? And I was saying to them, landlords are not socialists, and them kind of making me backtrack on that. And I was like, that's kind of weird that you consider yourself a socialist, but you know, you don't get into that. But it's because they have access to better education, so they kind of on the surface believe in these things better. But that's the thing, like, being in poverty does not make you vote against things that cause poverty. Having the information to understand it does, and that's not something that's distributed equally. Newspapers are trying to be on every surface. I think there's like these electronic signs in Sheffield, and they keep fucking being like GB News, or it wasn't GB News, it was LBC, which is still, you know, not a good source of information. It's basically Fox News for Britain, right? Hi, Hagenberg, good to see you. In Canada, the fuck Trudeau trucker protest crowds still drive around in pickup trucks, even in your town with huge flags flapping behind. I mean, fuck Trudeau, but he is better than what was the previous guy, Stephen somebody. But they're probably saying fuck him for like a progressive reason, right? I guess, I assume. Where am I? We're in the middle of town. I was supposed to leave town. I got lost and I've ended up back in town again. We just need to go directly to Rattay. That's the issue we're having here. So let's go to the inn, which I think is over here. I think I actually walked through there, but I was too busy, you know, decrying nationalism or whatever the fuck it was I was doing. Oh, my phone is frozen. There we go. It's weird. It's where there'll be people who are left wing, which isn't even a thing really. And the more that we say that something is left wing, the less we're able to be nuanced, because it's like, well, you should be on my side, and any criticism of me is akin to being a right winger, and it's like, no. You know, saying that Biden should have a better policy for this doesn't mean to support Trump. Everything can't just be torn in. I know it's easier to sort of tear things into two sides, but all that really happens in that is you just ultimately end up with one side, because one will come to beat the other. I think it's a big fault of the state that everything gets boiled down into two opposing sides, and then what happens, like what's happening now, is that one just overcomes the other. It's like even you know, being anti-racist is like not a central part of being left-wing, unfortunately, if you just follow that idea. And it's like, but racism is one of the most central things to creating a miserable, oppressive world. So it seems like it should be one of the first priorities to fight if we want to have a, you know, a more socialist or like a more compassionate world. It does mean everybody. I don't know, maybe it's just part of being an anarchist. It was interesting, actually. I was reading a lot about how consistently centrist movements, which I have always had the opinion that a centrist is a right-winger that's afraid to say so, but how consistently centrist movements have had Nazis among them, like very, 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 very consistently. I wouldn't go so far as to necessarily say 100%, but that's interesting, because there is this thing of what's the neutrality in the face of the oppressor is essentially support. That's not how the phrase goes, but it's interesting because that is true. If you see someone attacking someone and you go, these are two sides and I'm neutral, you're just kind of endorsing that thing for happening. So obviously it's very useful for a Nazi to have centrists, but I didn't realize just how much of a like a thing that was. Like, it's more than just giving them a favor. It's like they're actually in amongst those trying to create this thing. There has been, and I don't know if it's a recent thing, it's just something that I've observed more, is there will be sort of alt-right people describing themselves as centrists. I remember I knew this guy who was sort of alt-righty, but he kept saying, "Oh no, I'm a socialist, I like Labour," and stuff like that. Then he would be like, oh, isn't Donald Trump a smart guy? I'm like, do you just not have control over your thoughts? Or is this like an intentional... is this your design? Are you trying to manipulate me? I don't know, it's all a bit of both, really. Whenever I had to interact with someone like that, like, they'll always be really, really insecure, but then have like way too much like unearned confidence about fucked up stuff. Again, I guess that's what I'm saying right before, like it's comforting to bigots to be bigoted, but they'd be so much happier if they were progressive. It's so much happier. It's nice to be nice. It's nice to see people of all different creeds and smile at them at the street and smile back and, you know, maybe strike a conversation with them. That feels so good. Like, TERFs are so unhappy. They're so miserable. I think they're more miserable than even the most dysphoric trans person, honestly, it seems. Because they can't derive pleasure from everything, because it's all a conspiracy, and, you know, oh my god. So I don't really trust any movement that claims to be progressive that's primarily about hating the opposing side. And I know that's sort of strange. I mean, it gets into a sort of a different territory if you're, I guess, fighting fascists, but you know, there's this kind of I think dirtbag leftist is the term, where they're like, we just have to fight and hate the right wing. You know, they're an opposite side to us, and saying you should be compassionate to other people, even the people that disagree with you, is definitely something that conservatives and fascists will take advantage of. But it is still important. Like, it may be very difficult and sometimes even impossible to change someone's opinion, but like, that doesn't mean we shouldn't try. So there is this like very aggressive, often quite ostracizing sort of movement. I don't know, it seems maybe to be dying down in favor of more solidarity movements. But there was certainly a lot of people that I pissed off on Twitch who were very much into this idea of like, no, we just fight them. And then also, if you disagree with us, you're also them, so we're gonna fight you. It just you know, lead to infighting and stuff like that. I feel like I've been talking about this subject for a while. I'm gonna change subject. Because it can be a little depressing. What's not depressing? Dogs. My favorite dog I ever met was a black Labrador, and it was so impossibly, infectiously friendly. And we were so happy to see it. Well, I mean, we were children, so I feel like there's maybe an extra element of that. But you know, just like, dogs have kind of partially evolved to be, you know, have their personality be more. Also, we have bred them that way as well, to be sort of better at expressing things that we as people, as humans, sorry, can see and understand. I like, for example, I think we bred, or they evolved to have eyebrows to express more effectively with us, kind of. Or no, that's not why they got it, but that's the result of our interactions with them, which I think is very interesting. But you know, it doesn't even have to be a dog. Anything, an animal or human, expressing such like absolute like joy to see you is it's so heartening. It's so nice. Golden retrievers are such sweethearts. I don't really get on with small dogs because I think small dogs are just afraid of everything. So they're just very barky, which, you know, I'm not so into loud noises so much. Or is anyone? I don't know. I think maybe I've got like a bit of an issue with it, like a neurodivergent issue with it or something. That's something I've been learning a lot, is all of the ways that I seem to be neurodivergent. And it's like they all seem to be appearing to me, but I literally think it was like I was so suppressed, right? Like I didn't even really know myself. I'm carrying too much. I don't know if I want to actually carry so much. Let's drop these dandelions, actually. No more picking flowers. We're just gonna run to Rattay. Watch it turn out I need loads of dandelions. That'd be very funny. Are they big dogs? I get on very well with big dogs, because they're quiet. But I think that's also in the same way that's a reflection of the world around them, right? They're it's like with, not to compare tall people to dogs, but it's like with tall people, they're often very gentle because they're so used to, you know, bumping into things and feeling like they're in the way, so they try to be sort of as passive as they can. I feel like that's kind of similar with big dogs. They don't need to assert their size or dominance or whatever, because it's, you know, it's almost implicit. If there's like a group of dogs, I've found it tends to go well, because they'll just all come around me and I'll pet them all at the same time. I remember something I'll never forget. You know, I think I was saying earlier in the stream, people say nice things, and I try and keep that in me to remember. But something I felt that was really nice that someone said was that I was really balanced or something. Like I came across quite calm or calming, and dogs seem to respond really well to that. But I don't know if they were just being nice, because little dogs don't. Because I think little dogs will just,
they'll make me jump a little bit, and then I'll be slightly on edge of them, which will make them slightly on edge of me, so it sort of feeds into it a little bit. See, it would be different if I'd been raised around little dogs. We did have a beagle, but I was literally too young to remember any of that. Excuse me. I do remember our first cat, which essentially overlapped with the dog because they came into our house to eat the dog food. Because I guess they, it was something. It was like an old lady had them as a cat, but they didn't get them neutered, so they ended up having like 50 fucking kittens, and they couldn't keep up with it. So my parents like tracked down to find out. I mean, to be fair, I do think my parents maybe did lie to us a lot. So, because I never saw or heard about this person, so I think it's entirely possible that it was just a stray cat, and we were like, okay, this is our cat now. Because I remember they always used to take us to Deep Pan Pizza and then later Pizza Hut, and would be like, oh yeah, this Lego came with the meal. No, it fucking didn't. That Lego set cost like £6-7 at the time, or whatever. I don't know how much money was worth then. I was like, no, it didn't. Why would two separate pizza restaurants do the same thing? You absolute liars. Right, sleep in the bed so it saves. Sleep for 1 hour. And we're gonna do it. We're gonna approach Rattay. We've been streaming for 5 hours. I was gonna say 6 hours. That's a bit much. It's still kind of light outside. I say kind of. It's dusky is the term. Dusky like a husky. Yeah, always got on with big dogs. I get on with every cat eventually. I've been called the cat whisperer. But I think I'm just so familiar with cats because I've always had cats. And I love them so much that I'm willing to look past any like oddities that might put people off cats. Like some cats can be a little sharp with their claws. Definitely will have to stop soon or I'll lose my voice. Yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of people who say that they don't like cats is because cats aren't as like we've had cats for less time in human history than we've had dogs, so they haven't really, and also we've been very intensely breeding and controlling dogs, whereas cats have like haven't really lost much of their instincts. Really, they're kind of not domesticated in a sense. I don't know. It depends where you define domestication and stuff like that. So, you know, cats might seem quite cold with a lot of things that they do, depending on the breed of cat. Like, cats can very easily get overstimulated, so they don't necessarily just want to be touching you all the time. They love to sit next to you, to be close to you, but have a distance again, so they don't get overstimulated. And people interpret that as like coldness and aloofness and stuff, and it's like no, they couldn't love you more than they do in this moment, right? Group of cats mostly as well. You have to let them be and chill with them. They'll tell you what. Yeah, absolutely. And I think once I started to understand what my cat was sort of saying, almost was like a really almost like magical moment for me, because I was like, oh my god, animals communicate with humans. Right, I'm gonna see if we can run past. 4, 5, 6. Oh, they don't know who I am. They don't know who I am! It did seem like they tried to stop me there, but I guess because I'm wearing different clothes and I've got a different haircut. Holy shit. I mean, they might still try to search me. Yes. I adore cats. I often say otter is my favorite animal, but I think a cat is my favorite animal. I don't know. I guess both could be true. Hello. I hope I haven't assaulted you at some time in the past. Can you teach me about alchemy? Also, where are your eyebrows? Get some eyebrows, please.
Heavens, lad. You're looking bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Last time I saw you, I thought you were ready for the priest.
I'm feeling as good as new.
I don't know who you are.
Glad to hear it.
Oh, he was carrying me. Okay.
About that debt.
Pay him.
Here you are.
50 groschen, that's not bad.
Thank you. I'm glad to see you're a man of honour.
I absolutely am not.
Is there anything else I can do for you?
I just want to adhere you to me so I can learn about alchemy.
Would you teach me more about alchemy?
Certainly.
Beginner.
I'd like to practice the basics.
All right, but it'll cost you. Now, pay close attention.
I gained a level, but the thing is, I don't know how to do it. I learned alchemy, but I don't know how to. Alchemy was a discipline combining mysticism, hermeneutics, I think that's blood, chemistry, physics, and many other spheres of learning. Medieval alchemists worked in laboratories often situated at noblemen's mansions or royal cities. They found application in smelters, mints, mines, glassworks, and wherever industrial production needed assistance. The work of alchemists was challenging and costly, so required the support of patrons. Successful alchemists earned wealth and fame, while the unsuccessful ended up in prison or were sentenced to death. Two fundamental alchemical objectives persisted through the entirety of the Middle Ages: to find the mystical philosopher's stone and transmute base metals into gold. Wait, it says KCD. In Kingdom Come Deliverance, we use a genuine, preserved alchemical laboratory as our model, though the minigame itself is adapted for practical use. Instead of processing mercury and sulfur, our cauldron cooks up herbal concoctions. I don't think that the herbal concoctions that you make in this game are even close to reality, but go on. Right. Where's your alchemy thing? Hello. Is it back here? No, it's lockpicked. Sorry, I just want to learn how to do alchemy. Hey. Get out of the way. That worked. Kick him with both knees. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I in a private area? I need. Oh, for fuck's sake. Fine. Wait, is this an alchemy station? It said there was an alchemy station here on the map.
What is he after now?
I'm after an alchemy station. Is it around the back? Where? How? Where? Is it in here? Is that a loom? Oh no, this is the alchemy station. Start alchemy. Okay. I learned venoms and poisons, apparently. Help. Alchemy is a useful skill that transforms herbs and other ingredients into potions and remedies. In order to brew those, you need a knowledge of alchemy, a recipe, an alchemist's bench, and the necessary ingredients. In the alchemist lab, you will find on the right side of the bench a herbarium, which lists... herbarium, which lists all the properties of herbs and all the recipes you have so far learnt. You open it with E and using Q to turn the pages to the recipe or plant description you want. But he can't read. It's always best to follow the recipe in the book. By holding E on the recipe, you can also set the necessary ingredients straight into the alchemy bench. Okay. Oh my god. The degree of difficulty of the brewing itself varies, and each recipe requires a variable number of steps. The first step is always to pour the potion base, which you will find on the shelf to your left. Then you add the ingredients to the cauldron on the shelf on your right. If the recipe demands it, you must take care to grind ingredients using the mortar and pestle. You can use the dish next to the mortar and pestle to prepare these ingredients. I'm already so overwhelmed, but I'll do my best. The next step is to brew the mixture on the prescribed flame, which is regulated by means of the bellows. Sometimes it's enough just to warm it on a low heat. Sometimes it has to be boiled, so you have to work with the bellows until the mixture bubbles. You must carefully time how long you brew the potion using the sand glass. Oh, fuck. The brewed potion can be poured directly from the cauldron into the phial, or passed through the distiller. The recipe steps must be adhered to precisely. If you deviate too much from them, the potion will fail, and you'll lose all your ingredients, and the whole brewing potion process will have to be repeated. Is there another page? Okay, we've already seen that. Yeah. Okay, so... where's our little book? Oh, here's our book. Read. Okay, good. So we can't read it. Or there's a nettle and a belladonna. I can kind of read a little bit. Oh fuck! It really would help if you could read. Okay. Don't have the ingredients for this recipe. So there's this herb that we know. Oh, okay, here we go. Belladonna is poisonous to Benedictus Hilsutus. That's a marigold. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. That's St. John's Rot. Chamomile. Mint? I didn't know mint leaves look like that. I should. Poppy. Don't know what that is. Ewood. Which I guess I've never seen before. Slavia Isug. I don't know what that is. That's a dandelion. That's a nettle. That's the one I've been picking up a lot. Valerian or whatever. Okay. So I don't know any recipes. But I think just jamming herbs into it is not gonna be enough. If we say like, let's put some wine in it. The cauldron, just free flowing wine. And then where do I put my herbs? In inventory? Let's put some valerian and some thistle and some sage and some marigold. No, we can only do 3. Okay. And then we'll grab some sage. Put it in the mortar. This isn't sage from the New World. Would we have sage? Or maybe we have different types of sage. Maybe even a white sage. Alright. Pestle Amore. I had a Pestle Amore. And I figured it was bullshit, so I got rid of it. And then I really needed it for something. Yeah, throw that in the cauldron. Ooh, it's changed color. Now let's add some thistles. Pestle and mortar it. I think I'm starting to understand this. Crunchy, 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 crunch. Crunchy, crunchy, crunch, crunch. I feel like this might be one that I end up reading a wiki for, but I guess the wiki is in the game, right? He just doesn't know how to read. Okay, and it's turned into... It hasn't changed, which makes me think I have done this wrong, and I'm not making a potion. So wine and sage got me some of the way there. I think this will be something we explore a lot more in the next Kingdom Come Deliverance stream, right? Try and make some potions. I've got loads of flowers, and presumably I'm allowed to be in the town now, so I can just bring them all over. Thousands of them. Right, bellows? Yeah, heat up. More bellows. More, let's make it boil. This is like how when I don't know how to cook something. What's sand glass do? Oh, okay. That's for timing, isn't it? More bellows. Can we burn it? I think it's boiling. I think that's what that means with the vapor. Oh no, now it's boiling. Look at that. Yeah, boiled wine, baby. Boiled nettle sage marigold wine. Yeah, yeah. I know I'm not making anything. This is actually kind of fun, even though. It would be good to get good at it. Yeah, keep it boiling. Right, now can we put it in the still? I don't think we can put it in the still. Can we put it in a dish? What do we do? Can we put it in a file? This will complete the potion. Okay, yeah. It's just gonna be like ruined potion, isn't it? Potion brewing has failed all ingredients. It even took the stuff off my shelf. I understand now why that's a mod. I've seen mods that are like, it doesn't destroy everything. It might have just put them back in my inventory, to be fair. Marigold. No, holy shit, it did. It ruined everything. It ruined things that weren't even in. Oh my god, that's not good. I probably do need to get that mod. Well, I think I need to get all of the mods to work because I don't think any of them actually are. Yes, we're in Rattay. I guess it's worth seeing if we can walk down the street and go to the inn. Because I guess I'm allowed to be here. But I have a weird feeling like if I talk to any of the guards or look at them too closely, it will be pandemonium.
Hey, stop right there. I have to search you.
Oh, what's that? I didn't hear you. I just gotta keep. Yes, actually, I am deaf. Where's it in? Where's it in? Where's it in? Is this an inn? Maybe it's good if I just lose them. Yeah, and then I just crouch down here. Wow, he's fast. Oh, I'm not here. Fuck.
What's the matter? Come on.
I can't believe we've been here a minute.
What was that noise? Bring it on.
I just have to lose one guy. How hard could it be?
You're dead.
Okay, I've surely lost him now. Okay. just a couple more seconds for him to piss off. I wonder what the money thing means in the corner. I wonder if it says reputation? Ooh, here we go. The Rattay citizens hate me. Everyone else is just kind of except for the soldiers. I don't know what the gold means. Like I've got a debt to pay. Oh, I mean there was a thing where like I couldn't talk to people because they will like will give me money. That quest giver that's approached me here. It is. Oh
What's that?
Just climb over this fence here, and we're fine. This looks like this will be an inn. Tavern, fantastic. Please let me stay here.
What's he doing? Be there.
Oh shit, that's right, they all hate me. Too fucking fine. Here you go, 210. Now can I stay here? Or do you not do that? You're the innkeeper.
What do you want from me?
I want to stay here.
Why are you keeping me?
For fuck's sake, it wasn't even the right person to talk to. What about you? Do you sell
Clear off.
beds?
I don't want to talk to you.
Oh, fine. Fucking have all my money. Wait, I can't stay. I can't talk to you to stay here either?
God be with you. What can I do for you?
Oh, that's better. That's more like it. Can I...
Sure.
Why can't I stay here? Is this not an inn? Are you not an innkeeper?
Why?
I just gave you all my money. Fine, I'm eating from your pot. I was hoping I could sleep here, but... Apparently, that's not allowed. Maybe you're not allowed to rent two in places at the same time. That's probably... Maybe that's what's going on here. I get my money back.
Lord, what have I done to just... How dare you?
Oh, shit!
Help! Arrest that me!
No! Okay, well... I think it's time to escape Rattay.
Hey, don't move a finger.
What? How did you get around here so quickly? I haven't even stolen anything. I touched her on the shoulder and I said, listen, I've given you a lot of money. And she went, help, he's trying to steal from me. Excuse me, sorry.
I'll slaughter
Oh,
you.
fuck. I died in a single shot. Just fucking skewered me in the head. I mean, the bright side is... The bright side, I didn't lose all my ingredients, and I did save not far from Rattay. So I guess I can sneak into Rattay, which maybe means I can do the main quest. So that's good. I think we will be ending the game here, and potentially ending the stream as well. Because it has been a while. It's been almost 6 hours. But you know, I really missed streaming. I really wanted to do it, you know, a lot. So I am not entirely sure if I'm gonna stream tomorrow or Wednesday. Wednesday I normally take off anyway, but I think maybe I might need that break. So we will see. Just looking at who's live. Chi-Chi's live. We'll read Chi-Chi. Love Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi is a fantastic streamer. The pronouns are they, he. They are just incredible and deserve all good things that are coming towards them. And I like to think, you know, we're friends. I think that's good. Thanks everybody for being here. Please check out my Ko-fi. Oops, I did it wrong. I'm trying to get Ko-fi subscribers, which will be really cool. Because it will mean rotating money more easily. I don't know what I'm saying. I am a little tired. If you're not in the Discord, please come in the Discord. There's lots of interesting information and also access to our community Minecraft server. You don't need Discord to do that. It's just easier that way. I'll be putting VODs of Kingdom Come Deliverance and other things. I'll be putting this one on as soon as I stop going live. So if you want to see all of the things that Henry did, the beginning is certainly very interesting, as these things tend to be quite exciting when I start a new game. Please go check that out. Otherwise, just be good to each other, love each other, love other people, be nice, all the things that we talked about. I'm gonna lay down in my new mattress. And I'm just gonna take it easy. Oh, I'm gonna make some. Oh fuck it, it's a bit late, isn't it? But I will. I'll make. I'll have to make food. I have to eat. Eat one thing today. Yeah. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you so much. I'll see you when I see you. Probably Thursday. Bye bye.